think I can get started. We're a minute early. All right. For those watching tonight's meeting virtually, the meeting is available to live stream via the Park District website. All information about Park District meetings can be found at winpark.org under the Park District Info tab by selecting Board Meetings and Videos. Public comments are accepted in person. A link to the video and audio will be posted immediately following this evening's meeting. To improve the sound while listening to the meeting, please turn up the volume on your computer and turn up the volume on the website. There is a slight picture delay when the video switches between camera views. The audio will remain on during this brief delay. The meeting packet for tonight's meeting is located on the website. For those attending tonight's meeting, the emergency exits from the room are the door behind you or through the foyer. The board asks for your cooperation to maintain decorum. Personal remarks are not permitted, and interruptions should be limited to valid points of order or privilege. Please be considerate and refrain from interrupting board members and other speakers. We are a community coming together to discuss difficult issues in a civil and respectful fashion. Welcome to the June 25, 2026 Winnetka Park District Board of Commissioners regular meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. and ask Saba to take roll call for attendance.
Commissioner Cotto?
Here.
Commissioner Corley?
Here.
Commissioner Rapp?
Here.
Commissioner Root?
Present.
Commissioner Tyson?
Here.
Commissioner Gibson?
Here.
And Commissioner Seaman is absent with notice.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask those that are able to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Returning to section 1.3, public announcements, and this is for you, Shannon.
All right, so get ready, everyone, for the Lloyd Beach Bash tomorrow, the 26th, from 6 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a kids-free evening with food, drinks, games, and music by the Semple Band. Registration is still available online or on site. Also, the Skokie Playfield Campus Master Plan website is now live. As a part of our One Campus, One Community vision, we invite you to share your feedback as we evaluate the campus and plan for any improvements coming up. There are plenty of ways to get involved. Visit SkokiePlayfieldMasterPlan.com for more information. We will also be sending out some email notices and releases before the weekend to give everybody more information on that. Also, preparation is in full force for the annual 4th of July celebration. Festivities kick off with the Firecracker 5K at 7 a.m. and parade at 10 a.m. After the parade, join us at Village Green Park for events on the green with races and fun children's activities. The celebration wraps up at Duke Childs Field with live music starting at 7, the amazing Jesse White Tumblers at 8, and a spectacular fireworks show at sunset. You don't want to miss it. We got some extra shells this year, so it should be a good show.
At this point, we'll go to 1.4 of the agenda, which is approval of the June 25th, 2026 regular meeting agenda. Are there any requests for changes or additions to the agenda? All right, may I have a motion to approve the June 25, 2026 regular meeting agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a discussion on this? No? All right. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're now moving on to the public comment portion of this meeting, and this is your opportunity to address the board on any issue. When called upon, please come to the center position in front of the commissioners, stand at the podium, and speak into the microphone. State your name for the record, please. Please address your comments directly to the board in accordance with 4.29 of the Board Policy Manual and as referenced in Public Access Counselor Opinion 2024. Pact 81900. Each speaker is permitted up to 3 minutes to provide public comment after being recognized. Speakers may not combine, transfer, or yield their allotted time to others. If you prefer to submit your comments in writing this evening, you may do so by providing them to a member of the Park District staff. I'll start with the back row if we have anyone. Can't see the whole back row. Come on up.
Hi, can you hear me okay? My name's Christine Casper. I live at 226 Sheridan Road. I'm here to ask the board to consider a proposal for installing seasonal fence panels or snow fencing at Centennial Beach, so we can keep the dog beach there and not move it to Tower Road for use at the crack of dawn. These kinds of fences are used at Gilson Beach and in Lake County. They wouldn't ruin the beach and would provide an appropriate barrier so dogs wouldn't run over the rocks onto anyone's property or onto Elder Lane Beach. Kicking us off Centennial Beach would be awful. Installing more modest fencing would not offend the entire village, would keep everyone safe, and would give Centennial back to the families and the dogs who actually live and play there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move for public comment in the second to last row, please.
Hello, I'm Neva Egan, 550 Ash Street. I would like to urge you to keep the current mission statement. Winnetka is beautiful land, and what makes us beautiful is the lakeshore and the beautiful parkland and open spaces that we have. All the parkland is among the few open and green spaces that are left in the village. We rely on you to protect these open spaces. Whenever you ask us as a public what is important to us, I believe open space is a very prominent response. Please preserve our open lands and green spaces and the beauty and tranquility that give us our Indian name, and vote to preserve our original mission statement. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're moving to, I guess it's the third from the last line. Yes.
Hi, my name is Ann Wilder. The Park District's current mission statement should be left as is and not be changed. It's a timeless statement, very relevant today and in the future, and is superior to the one proposed by staff. The board just recently voted to continue it by including it in the new comprehensive plan. Nothing has changed since then to require a new mission statement. The accreditation process does not require a new mission statement. The Park District is a public body, and public involvement in issues as important and crucial as a mission statement is required. The only involvement in this issue has been by staff. The public has not been included at all. But it is a waste of valuable time for the Park District to even entertain changing the mission statement. There's no need to change it, and it has served the district very well, has broad community support, and the Park District has other pressing issues that it needs to spend its time on. Chicago Magazine just named Winnetka the #1 suburb because of its open space and schools. There are very few suburbs with this combination of desirable features, and they are what make Winnetka special. Changing the mission statement puts this uniqueness in jeopardy. Please drop this issue, keep the current mission statement, and concentrate it on the pressing issues. Don't provide an opportunity to destroy what makes Winnetka special. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Ted Winichenko. I echo those statements. It's odd that at a time when the world is moving towards a recognition that open space is important and we need more of it, this district is choosing to move in the other direction. But perhaps not too surprising. So, I try to be civil. I try to act with honor and integrity. I try to admit when I'm wrong, and I try to accept and take credit, or not credit, but I won't hide from what I say. And I find it incredibly disheartening that this board chooses not to share those values. So I have asked for the last 2 months to get my key fob. I was presented with an application that discriminates against residents that don't have dogs. I have to pay the same amount, and I can only bring myself. Other residents that have dogs have an unlimited number of visitors that can come with them to the beach. I've asked the board multiple times, is this something you authorized? The board has clearly looked at other contract changes at its last meeting, I guess when it's important enough. But for this, administration made this change, and the board just quietly sits back and says nothing. And it just seems wrong. Why am I being discriminated as a taxpayer when other taxpayers get a better benefit than me? But perhaps I shouldn't be too surprised, because today you have an agenda item that is going to say that if you go to the dog beach and you leave by anything other than the gate, your dog beach fob may get taken away. So that means if a dog goes into the lake, they've left the beach, right? Can those people lose their fob? Dog leaves by boat, they lose their fob. But most importantly, if they go off laterally along the lake shore, which is public trust land and open to the public, now the park district is going to say, you didn't leave by the gate, and so you're losing your fob. And it seems to me that all of this is designed with one explicit taxpayer in mind. And it's just wrong. You guys are supposed to represent the entire populace of this community, taxpayers, residents alike. And yet you seem to bend over backwards and you don't provide any answers to those others when they ask. And so I again ask you, just confirm that the park district is in agreement with the administration, that some residents have to pay more for dog beach access than others. This is a board decision. Just send me an email, say this is what we agree. We agree that you need to pay more. You are less entitled to access than others, and I'll pay it. But I want the board to say this, not administration. And that brings me to my last little point. I see you guys have closed session tonight, the little legal thing, so I'm guessing you're going to discuss the fact that you lost your motion to dismiss my OMA complaint. And obviously, there's no transcript of the court's words here because neither of us paid for it. But if I hope legal counsel advises you that if you listen to what the court said, it was, I feel, starkly.
Please wrap up your comments.
I'm sorry, who's?
It is
Did
you
someone?
3 minutes.
Oh, okay, so yeah, so I appreciate that. I'm glad that you said something, not others. So I hope that counsel advises you that it was not positive for the park district. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Steve Julius, 1436 Asbury. I've been asked to read Mary Garrison's comments on the review of the mission statement for the WPD. As many of you know, Mary served as commissioner and president of the Winnetka Park District. Mary's comments are, I quote, "The current mission statement is clear, concise, easy to understand, and protects what those who reside in the Winnetka Park District know and love. The proposed mission statement was written by and is, quote, the view of the staff with no input from the Winnetka Park Board of Commissioners, who are the elected officials representing our residents. The staff has a different perspective of the WPD mission. The staff are employees of the WPD. The staff does not pay Winnetka taxes, nor does the staff enjoy the amenities of the Winnetka Park District. The staff, for the most part, do their respective daily job and are responsible for events, programs, facilities, and the lakefront. They work for the Winnetka Park District on a daily basis and attend to and strive for an excellent and recognized park district. There is no need to spend money to change the mission that has and does serve all the needs and dreams of an excellent park district. The current mission statement is a specific guide. Do not continue to challenge and change our well-defined history. Thank you."
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who wishes to make a public comment?
Good evening. My name's Don Smith. I'd like to state that I'm in favor of the idea of using IGAs. I think they're a great way to bring the community back together. But unfortunately, the one that is being worked on now, I'm not in favor of in regards to the Trial Dog Beach. And there are too many reasons to be covered in 3 minutes' time. but a few are the quality and safety of our beach, the compliance of the dog owners, the additional costs to Winnetka residents, and one question is, what makes Tower different than Centennial? And final, I'm in hopes that we can keeping the wording open space in the Park District's mission statement. It's clear and precise. And finally, I wish to thank you all for the time and commitment that you give to the Winnetka, to the residents of the Winnetka Park District. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is that it for public comment tonight? Looks like it might be. All right. We're moving on to the consent agenda, and I'd like to know if anyone wishes to have an item added or removed from consent agenda. All right. Without objection or request for the addition or removal of any specific item from the consent agenda for individual consideration, we will act on the following items with a single vote. 3.1, May 28, 2026 regular meeting minutes. 3.2, May 28, 2026 annual meeting minutes. 3.3, May 28, 2026 closed meeting minutes. 3.4, May 2026 financial report. 3.5, approval of commissioner attendance at IAPD Governance and Leadership Forum. 3.6, amend part-time/seasonal wage scale and approve hourly pay rate increase. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right, and that's a roll call vote, Sarah.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
and President Gibson.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. As we move through tonight's agenda, I'd like to ask commissioners to keep comments to 3 minutes per item unless otherwise noted, with one opportunity to speak on each item. If there are matters that require additional follow-up from staff and cannot be addressed immediately, those items may be tabled by a majority board vote to a future meeting. It's important that we respect the time of our community, staff, and fellow commissioners while ensuring our discussions stay focused on board-level discussions that best serve our community. At this time, we're moving to Section 4 of the consent agenda to the Winnetka Parks Foundation Annual Plan, and I think we're going to have a presentation from Chairperson Ashley Bransfield. Hi. Hi.
How's it going? Do you guys want me just to line by
Sure.
line on the Parks Foundation plan? So our goals for this year were to increase active board membership, and as you know, we're pretty small, and it's been a process trying to figure out what it's going to take to onboard people, but we do have 2 people that will be joining, hopefully before our next meeting, because we also have 3 people on the cusp, so we're pushing to get that 5. Our goal is 5 to 6 for the year to add on, which would be great. We need the staff. Establish annual sponsored activities with related ad hoc committees. That goes in line with adding more people. We can establish the ad hoc committees. And the annual sponsored activities are the ones that we've done. I'm new this year, but the ones that have been done in the past that have been very continually successful, the tennis event, the skate activity, the skate night, family skate. It's just, we could just kind of lock those in so that we know we're going to be doing them, like, which then we're not having to reinvent the wheel and trying to plan it within like a couple months' notice. Establishing the annual budget, which I think we've now got a new, the treasurer and the financial person back at the Park District, and that's going to be really helpful. I think it's important for us to kind of lock in on a formula for how much is, based on how much is donated each year, or based on what the overall picture is, how much we donate out, so that we're continuing to kind of keep a really solid amount that is there for year after year. Increase awareness of foundation through outreach activities. I think that's the biggest thing, is that most people don't know about us, don't really have a lot of info, and the more we can increase our marketing awareness is good. So one of the things on increasing board membership, we're going to do the farmers market Saturdays, which I think you guys do some of those. We're going to be up in July, I think July 4th, we're looking to add in there, and July 25th. I know a couple of us are going to be working on between those. 4th of July booth, as you know, we put out about 10K to help with the fireworks, and we think if we can do more to kind of put the word out there that we're doing that, we may get more coming back in support, hopefully. Because it's a fun event, and I know you get a lot of people there, so it's a good opportunity. Fall, winter events, and the winter events kind of go, again, with like the tennis event it runs, we're trying to expand it to do maybe a couple more of it because it's been just a good thing, and we get a lot of great feedback on it. So, and we're waiting on Pat, I believe, Alicia, is that right? Just to get back to us with a couple dates, because we can't put anything on their books until we know what the facility usage is available. Bike Winnetka Fall Fest, Winnetka Tree Lighting, and Family Skate. Annual activity planning, again, getting back to locking in an annual calendar of repeating events. And then the more we're locked in for future events, the better opportunity we have to cultivate relationships with people that want to sponsor them. So if we know we're going to be we're going to always be having a tennis event in this kind of time zone every year, when we're going out and asking for support from, just for example, say Chase or something, or sponsorship, we can say, look, this is what we're going to be doing this annually. You're going to be locking on for a couple of years, instead of not knowing exactly when each year it's going to happen. I think that makes it a lot more, at least in other nonprofits I've worked for, having that future event, knowing it's going to be on the books, helps you get sponsorship or have that dialogue a little bit better. Establish an annual budget, and we want to incorporate that into the bylaws. I think that's where the bylaws really don't speak to that, and I think it's important that you want to speak to kind of how much, here's how you want to spend the money each year, versus kind of just requests. You want to kind of know, we don't want to go over this, you want to ceiling it or, floor it, whichever the case may be. And then establish the ad hoc working committees with the addition of additional members. We'll be able to do that better. We just, there's like 4 of us really, and it's very hard to have a committee meeting without the bylaws, like having quorum and all that stuff. And it's like, just even think about planning just a gathering, even like the logistics, just even sitting down to discuss logistics, you run into quorum issues, which is very cumbersome. We're not talking about, changing anything or making overall decisions for the body. We're talking about just like what times it's going to be, who's bringing the food, who's bringing the whatever. It's just kind of basic stuff like that. Marketing and community engagement. Ensure we're just being promoted through signs, logos, and messaging. And I think we're working. I think we just got a truck, so that we just gave you guys. We're hoping we're going to get some logo on that, and then trying to maybe get a banner for something maybe down at Lloyd, or something we can put on. Just keep it simple, but at least it kind of messages out the foundation as an opportunity for people to, volunteer, donate, support. And another big one I think we're all really interested in is the community outreach, and that's like partnering with local schools, community organizations, and businesses to promote events, come up with event ideas, and create volunteer opportunities. I think I would most closely say my kind of idea about sense of this is more like the Schools Foundation, which does a lot of great work with the school district directly, and they help initiate event or things that the Schools Foundation sponsors. The student bodies do that, the teachers, the staff. So I think that that's a great community tie-in. We just have to get a little bit bigger to help push that. Recruitment and engagement, recruitment strategy, identifying specific skills. One of the people we're bringing on board has worked in banking for a long time, for instance, because I think that will really help us and take some weight off the Park District staff. And we've been working kind of off a list. Everybody's kind of talking people off. It's just helping, just kind of pushing them when we run into them. And the board one sheet, which I think we've got to fine tune. Hosting informationals for our outreach and networking. And again, utilizing social media. We're so small, we don't really, our website and all that stuff. But again, I don't want to layer too much on the Park District staff to have to do something that I don't know if we're getting a lot of traction in to begin with. I think right now, word of mouth has been our best way, talking up the people we know and hitting them up to get out, to come be out and participate. That's been a much better avenue to getting interest and doing those hard sells, versus changing a website that two people. I how many of you have visited the Parks Foundation? I mean, it's just, I don't think a lot of people do. And that's fine. That's not necessarily the great place to spend time and effort anyway. Evaluation and reporting, budget assessment, again, establishing annual budget, and I think that's a better thing to be able to present to you guys so that you can kind of see the checklist. And then the financial reporting. I know we've cleared up a lot of stuff this year. Shannon has been very helpfful. We've got rid of some old accounts that were just lingering, and it's like clarifying we don't have a lot of expenses, but it's like, what are we spending money on, and is there any clarity into that, and is it all needed, because we are small. So those are always good conversations to have. So we just keep ourselves in line and ensure transparency and accountability for the money that our community is giving to us. We want to be easy to read and say, yes, we got this much in, and here's where it went to. I think we can all appreciate that. So that's our strategic approach to enhance the outreach, engage our community, and achieve our fundraising goals. And our key metrics will be adding at least 5 new board members, which I think we're on good track for, establishing our annual calendar, and establishing the annual budget. And I think those are kind of some big solids. And then, of course, just continuing to create good awareness through the things we do and the things that we sponsor, so that we can encourage continually people giving back to us and supporting us. We've been very fortunate so far. This year, we had some large donations, and so it's great.
Thank you. Does
Thank you.
anybody have questions?
Thank you for your service. The
Thank
question
you.
I have.
Thank you for yours.
As far as recruitment, in the bylaws, is the fact that there is on the books that there has to be a donation of 5,000
Well,
to join the board?
as I think it was explaining to you, it's like generating through an event. It's kind of how-
It's either or. It can be a $5,000 financial donation or raising $5,000.
It's a give or get.
Yeah, and I do think that's been an impediment. I think most people would look at that and go, what, and to understand that. And I don't think that that's been a real focus, because it's been hard to get people on the board regardless, much less getting to the point where you're explaining that. But the more when we get more members on the board, then holding events that generate more income in becomes less of an issue. I think we did the tennis event, and what did we get, about $4K from that one, 4 or 5, and without sponsorship, just from ticket sales, which it could have been bigger, but for the fact that we were limited in the space we had, because it sold out, and and those people all want to come back again. They want it like 2 or 3 times a year. It's just been a great hit, and it'd be great to see that with each of these. Think about all like the hockey ring. I don't know anything about hockey, but I would imagine there's something great that could be done like that. There could be some kind of fun hockey event that could generate like that as well. The golf event, I think, is a little bit more challenged because I know it's managed, but how do we generate that in other ways? I think is a continual source of conversation. But yeah, to your point, I think it is, and I think it's the either or piece that is how we explain it to people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you. I know that you have a fabulous board that is small but mighty, with a lot of experience in, doing fundraising and doing these kinds of boards. And I really appreciate that you are focused on events and engagement in that way. One area, I've been thinking about this challenge, and one area that I see might be good for further consideration is really identifying some of the areas where you want to raise funds for and give, and then also, through the boat lottery, you raise a lot of money organically through that to support Lloyd. And I think highlighting some of the improvements that the foundation has sponsored, bringing board members to see, here, look at all the great work that we've done, identifying some projects that bring the community in. For example, the Mundelein Parks Foundation did a big fundraising drive with a long-term vision to build an all-inclusive playground. So that was something, that was a very, I think, compelling ask for the community to engage people. And I think part of the reason why people, contribute to the schools foundation is that that your money is going to the teacher grants. That it's having an immediate impact. And I think that to the extent that there's opportunities to communicate that more tangibly will help. I know that the One Camp program is not continuing on at this time. And so, so that was a good community message. It touched a lot of kids. So I just think thinking about communicating some messaging around how you're using the funds, and I think that would also help, marrying your budget process with our budget process, so that when we're doing our budget, if we know, the foundation is positively inclined to contribute to the fireworks, that's helpful information to know. For example, the schools foundation, typically they give, 30,000-ish to, the Back to School Institute Day. So it's never a guarantee, you guys certainly need to vote on it, but I think to the extent that some of those things that the foundation is excited about giving to is identified during the budget process, and then the things that the Park District could be excited about you guys contributing to is identified during our budget process, I think could create a little bit more runway to create some awareness over that, and hopefully give some more targeted projects. Because I know when it was we need money to donate the turf, people asked me about that. And they're like, hey, what are we doing? Because they had seen it on Instagram, and it was the first time that people had asked about the foundation. So I think having projects that people care about or feel good about that are publicized might help as well.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think sometimes it's a little bit a cart before the horse, because we need more community engagement, speaking to kind of things where they would like to see enhancement, and also hearing back from kind of the different parts of the Park District to see what our opportunities are there. The turf thing came about very much on the fly, I think, because as well as I remember, it wasn't a known expense, and I mean, we just were asked a day before to do it, and ultimately it didn't end up being needed to the extent that we had given. But you're right, and that's what I said, with the lakefront truck, that we just bought, or we donated for the Park District to buy, getting our logo on it, insurance, just putting that's the Park Foundation, generously donated by the Winnetka Parks Foundation, and even at having something down at Lloyd, because I think we got about I don't know, Alicia just went $20K this year that we approved for Lloyd improvements. So just having that kind of way to say it, so that people know this is where it's going to. I 100% agree with you, and I think too also offering opportunities to. They don't necessarily have to be large campaigns, but maybe it's small things we can do that help our facilities generate greater income. I mean, I give her an example that, and this is just an example, I use a tennis center a lot. There's some space in there that's it's pretty closed off, and now it's how do we, what could we fund that could be an income producer? It's almost like a microloan, microfinancing. What could we do in a small way that could help them modern or, get a great amenity that people really appreciate, but also that it generates income for them, that like either like a specific training center or like a summer outdoor cafe, summer bar, whatever it is, it's like that special little thing that helps them and also is, it's a good way to feed back into the community. So
No, I've had someone talk to me about that spot in the tennis center, and now I'm like, okay, maybe they.
Yeah, I mean, and I know,
That is a good example.
They're obviously
Yeah.
so a lot going on with the tennis courts getting finished and like dealing with all that. And not really wanting to burden anybody. It's like giving people an opportunity to say, we're not saying here you want $100,000. So maybe you need, $10,000 to help launch this off in some way to get going, to generate it back. I mean, I think that can sometimes, the smaller amounts can be sometimes just as helpful.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
We're now moving on to section 4.2 of the agenda, affiliate presentations, and we're going to start off with the New Trier Hockey Club and Mr. Bryant Rowe.
Good evening. My name is Bryant Roween. I'm the president of the board of the New Trier Hockey Club. I live here in Winnetka with my wife and 4 kids. All of my kids, I have one that just graduated from New Trier, 2 that are there, and my daughter's at Washburn. So we've been involved in the community for a very long time. A quick overview here. On just our hockey club. So the New Trier Hockey Club, we just completed our 53rd year, having been established in 1973. It's the largest and most successful high school hockey program in Illinois. We work very hard to keep that going. Participation in our program is open to all students that attend New Trier that are in good standing. The core of our mission statement is to be committed to providing an environment for players to realize their potential through hard work, teamwork, and sportsmanship. This past season, we had 131 players across 6 teams, which is an extremely healthy program. We're very excited. We hope we'll have 6 teams again next year, be able to offer another 130 plus kids the opportunity to play hockey in high school. Sorry. Just very quickly, just to give you a quick breakdown on where our players come from by location. Obviously, they all attend New Trier, but if you back into where they live, you can see 42 of them come from Winnetka. The reason I put Glencoe, Northfield, and Kenilworth on the left-hand side with Winnetka is because the Winnetka Youth Hockey Program, their charter through AHI, the Amateur Hockey Association of Illinois, allows those 3 towns to play under the Winnetka umbrella. So we get a great amount of players that grow up skating at this rink right behind us and matriculate onto New Trier and play hockey for us. Very quickly, just walking through the way we run our season and our fees. Look, we're a nonprofit. Our board, very quickly, our board is all volunteer. We don't get any funds from the New Trier High School or the district, and so really what we try to do is build our budget around what our costs are. And we've done a very good job holding our costs down as much as we can. Hockey's a very expensive sport. We do our best to really try to keep the cost down as best we can. So our revenue is about $1.2 million. As you can imagine, the majority of that comes from the player fees each season, but we also have some donations and some fundraising opportunities that our players do throughout the season that help offset some of those costs. You can see here, our budget's pretty simple. 90% of our expenses really come from ice time, coaching, league fees, tournaments, and as you can expect, each year they generally go up somewhere between 1% to 3%. And unfortunately, we have to pass that along to the players and families. So we do the best we can to try to offset that, but that's just part of the way hockey works. I'm just going to spend a minute or two walking through just a couple successes here of the program, both from a program standpoint and then maybe drill down a little bit from a player standpoint to give you an idea. So 4 years ago, we brought in a new hockey director, Adam Cheris. He's local. His 2 boys graduated from New Trier and played hockey there. His daughter is a rising senior there. So he's local to the community. And he really came in and changed the philosophy at our club. It's much more of a one-club philosophy now. It used to be sort of there were different tracks for players, and people would players would top out at, their sophomore year, their junior year. Now this is a much more of a one club where we try to make all of our players feel like, regardless of whatever team you're on, you're part of this community, you're part of this family. And it's been very successful helping us build this great culture with our high school players. We ask a lot of our players. They play a lot of games. A varsity schedule is probably 50 to 60 games. It's during the week, it's on the weekends, but we also ask them to give back to the community. So we do a couple of charity events, we do some fundraising events. All of the boys are involved in that. Misericordia has been a big one that we've raised money for, but each team each year gets to select a charity that their team or someone on their team is passionate about, and they'll have an opportunity to raise money and then make a donation to that charity. So I think that's pretty special that we allow the players and the families of each team to decide that. We do have our Pegler Financial Aid Fund. This is really set up for families that want to participate but have financial struggles, and so they can apply for financial aid. Each year, as part of our fundraising, we do replenish the fund. And then we also allow our players, we have a sponsor book, which think of it like an annual yearbook. You can sell ads to local businesses, and if you sell an ad for $500, you get $250 off your fee. And there's no cap on that. So if you want to be really ambitious and go out and sell a lot of ads, you can cover the entire cost of your season fees if you'd like to do that. So I think that's pretty special. And then obviously they get handed out at the end of the year, and it's a great memento for the players. We've started a captain's program. Really what this is, with 6 teams, 3 to 4 captains per team, so a group of 20 to 25 leaders that get together. As you can imagine, you have seniors all the way through freshmen. It's an opportunity for these players to get together 3 to 4 times a year and just really talk about leadership, best practices, and then go back and share that with each of the teams. And so that's been something that our program and the captains that have done it speak very highly of. So we'll continue to do it. And then finally, the last one I think is one that we're probably most proud of is this mentor program, where our players go back, whether you came from the Winnetka or the Wilmette program, and you go back and you become a volunteer coach for a lot of the very young teams. So some of the house teams here are very young mites. As you can imagine, those young kids get a big kick out of spending time with the high school kids, and our boys really enjoy giving back. They're up early on Saturday mornings to do this. A lot of these, for the young kids, happens at 6 or 7 a.m., and so it is a big commitment, but our boys love it, and it's been a really special part of our program. Look, the last thing I'll touch on very quickly is we've had a great run of success at New Trier Hockey. We've won 21 state championships since 2000. That is part of what we drive at. We love development. We want to produce great student athletes, but they also want to win, and so it's been really nice that we've been able to do that. Drilling down just a little bit deeper, I think this is my favorite line probably tonight. Look, 71% of our players carried a GPA of 3.5 or above, and were recognized as Illinois high school hockey all-academic players. Again, I think that's really special. We ask a lot of these boys, they have to go to school, they're doing a lot of other stuff, but they still find the time to hit the books and get the grades done. Look, we've got a lot of kids that have been state and league all-stars. Adam Cheris was recognized 2 years ago as the Illinois High School Youth Hockey Coach of the Year. Jack Kirschtritt, a graduating senior, was the Illinois Player of the Year. And we've been excited. More of our graduating players are continuing to play hockey at the club level, at the colleges and universities that they're headed to, which we think is outstanding. Tying this all together with the Winnetka Park District, from our side, from the New Trier Hockey Club side, we've had an outstanding relationship with the Winnetka Park District. Alyssa and Paul have been amazing. They make our lives very easy. Paul's outstanding. He works very closely with our ice scheduler. He can call me. I can call him anytime. It's just been a great relationship. It makes our lives very easy. I hope we do the same for you guys. I will say that, these guys went above and beyond this year. We had a game that had to be scheduled within 24 hours, New Trier Green against Loyola Gold. As you can imagine, that's a well-attended game. We wanted to do it here. I called Paul. It was a huge lift for him and his team and Alyssa, but they got it done. We work very closely in situations like that with the Winnetka Police Department to make sure that we have anywhere between 4 to 6 police officers just for crowd control, both coming in and out of the parking lot, but also in the ice arena, so that students from both sides behave. But again, I can't reiterate enough how great it is to work with the two of them. They've been outstanding. Look, we have 11 hours of ice with Winnetka each week. It's about an hour and a half each day. It's great ice. Our boys love playing here. The ice is outstanding. It's great viewing for parents and fans. We love the relationship, and we spread that amongst all of our teams, and so they all get the benefit. You know, in closing, the reason we can have 6 teams and have 131 kids, we haven't had to cut a student that wanted to play hockey at New Trier in 3 years. The reason we can do that and we can offer that is because we have ice. And working with you guys, keeping this ice is super important to us. As you can imagine, if we lose ice, that becomes the gating factor to how many teams we can have. And so we've been really fortunate with you guys. We love the ice you guys have given us. We want to continue that relationship. We are supportive of what you guys are doing, exploring the potential opportunities at that rink. If that means another sheet, I can tell you the board at New Trier Hockey would be very supportive and want to help in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Brian. Thank you very much. All right, and now we are going to move on to junior Trevian flag football and Mr. Patrick Conway.
Hi, Patrick Conway, president of the Junior Trevian's Flag Football League. So I'll go through. Here we have our registration growth since the program started in 2018. Back in 2018, it was boys only. I mean, it was co-ed, so there's, I guess, a couple girls playing, but we didn't have set girl teams. Those were introduced in the fall of 22. Since that time, the boys has grown from 180 boys to this last spring we had 1,255. And the girls were introduced in fall of 22, and we now have about 690 girls playing. So the growth has been incredible, especially more recently with the girls. I'm not sure if everybody knows this, but it's now a high school sport and a college sport, and it's in the Olympics. And so it's really taken off, which is great to see. We are a no-cut program, so everybody plays. There's no evaluations, there's no tryouts, there's no skill levels you have to have. I think everybody knows if you have a kid in youth sports now, it's travel and elite, and you're spending hours and hours and hours. And the nice thing about this program and the partnership we have with the Park District is that this is local. Everybody plays. Kids play with their buddies. Kids play with their classmates, and that's what makes it special. A couple things that we have that we've included and grown with. We now have an indoor clinic we do at New Trier High School. It was specific to girls. It sold out very quickly. We're going to end up doing that again. There's like a demand for the boys to do that as well. So we're finding more opportunities to have other offerings. Our league goes from, in the boys, it goes from kindergarten to 8th grade. And the girls, it goes from 2nd grade to 8th grade. This year, we actually had 3 high school teams play in the spring season for us because it's a fall sport, obviously, for high school. We just completed a quarterback and wide receiver camp at Skokie Playfield, so we had some summer offerings as well. And then we tried a combine for some of the kids, which was a big hit, so they all had fun doing it. This spring, we had 150 teams. About 100 of those were boys and 50 of those were girls. And as I mentioned, we had 3 high school teams. All the teams are coached by volunteer coaches. We have times where a parent doesn't step up, and some of the high school kids will come and coach, and the kids absolutely love it. So it's a great way for them to interact with some of the high school students. We actually, this is the first year we had some girls were coaching, some of the high school girls were coaching some of the girls, which was a big hit. So up here we talked about, we have some pictures from Soldier Field. This year it happened, we get a day each season, happened to fall on Mother's Day, which maybe wasn't ideal, but it became a fun event for a bunch of people. We get the entire stadium. It's free for all the coaches and all the players. the concessions are open, so people have a good time, basically having the whole place to themselves. Especially the little kids, they are the ones that, just seem to absolutely love it. So we rotate that through. We make sure every team has a chance to go down there. And so when they get older, they kind of have done it before, but it's a great event. This is some pictures from our playoffs. I think we're unique compared to some of the other sports around here that we have a playoff weekend. Every single team makes it. So it kind of has a top tier bracket, a middle tier bracket, a smaller, lower bracket. For the most part, the kids don't notice that, right? They're just happy to play. But it is single elimination. It's competitive. It's fun. There's a lot of camaraderie. We have rings for winners. We have these brackets posted. The kids are always out there taking pictures with them. It's a 2-day event. We host, obviously, a lot of games at Skokie Playfields. And then we end up with, this season, we handed out 1,300 rings at the end of the season. So it was kind of fun the next Monday seeing a bunch of kids wearing them around. They can't wear them in their hands because they're too big, so they have to wear them like a necklace. So, a couple things we do with the community and give back. This year we had a jersey recycling program that was led by Thomas Marte and Hudson Manhoff, 2 former players in the program, where they took old jerseys and then repurposed them and then sent them to, like, complete sets and sent them to Ghana and the Philippines. They collected over 1,000 jerseys, helped me clean out a big chunk of my my mudroom, which was nice. And it was led by them. We obviously hosted it for them, but they had to interact with the coaches and the parents and stuff, which was was a huge success. We have BYB, which is Be Your Best. It's a local nonprofit that empowers young adults with intellectual disabilities to live with purpose and independence by connecting them with meaningful job opportunities tailored to coaching, mentorship, and skills training for the long term. They do some concessions at our games on Sundays, which is great. This was a huge help. They helped us sort jerseys and coaches' bags. That ends up being a massive undertaking with how many kids we have in the program, and it streamlined our process, and they love to do it. So that was a huge help for us. We have, next slide, sorry. A couple quotes we have from parents and just some pictures here. I think if you are around town a nice day on a Sunday afternoon, you'll see like every kid running around with their jersey on, which is fantastic. Okay, this is the highlights. So a couple last things I'll say about our partnership we've had here. We've been an affiliate since 2016. As I mentioned, the flag part of that started in 2018. We talked this the last board meeting I was at. The tackle and flag have since split. So we're very supportive of the collaboration. We have created a community-based sports opportunity for every single kid in the community that they can play in. I think I said the stat last time, but I just want to say it again because I'm proud of it. There are 1,777 students in kindergarten through 8th grade in Winnetka, and over 40% of those play in our flag program. So that means almost half of the kids in the school district play in this program. I think most of these programs around here are happy with 10 to 20%, right? I know my kids play soccer. Like their friends all don't play in the same team, right? They're playing for a bunch of different clubs. This is the one program that everyone really plays together. I think this is the spring. We use 870. Maybe that's sorry. No, this is to date. We've used 870 hours. We use the Skokie Playfields, Little Duke, Northfield Park, Indian Hill for practices, and then we used to use Elder Beach. We'd love to use it again if we could work that out. The other thing I think that really makes this program special is that it's local, and I would tell you that my kids practiced on Little Duke this season, and there was a kindergarten team that had to make a makeup game, and so they did it as like this Friday night during their practice hours on Little Duke, and it turned to be like, it was like something out of the Sandlot, right? Like that, all the parents had pizza and everyone was hanging out, and they hung out after the game, just because the kids were walking over from their house, and it turned into a great experience. And I think we kind of were like encourage people to use their practice times that they have to have those types of situations just because it's local, because people can walk over and it gives a chance for the parents to even hang out with, with the community. So again, thank you for the partnership. And I guess any questions?
Do you have any questions?
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It's very fun to hear. All right. At this point, we'll move to section 4.3, the 2027-2031 strategic plan draft review.
Okay. All right, so we are going to be talking about the proposed FY 27 to 31 strategic plan for your first public review. This has been in the making since during our comprehensive master plan process, or over 9 months, and I want to walk you through what we built, how we built it, and what we need in order to move towards any formal adoptions. So note this is still a draft, and I will note where there's final pieces that are still needing to be inserted, but the structure and content are ready for review. And as an aside, I received comments from a few commissioners, and the responses to those comments have been provided to the board today and are at your table for your review. Okay, before we get into the gritty details, there's the 30,000-foot view. The plan is organized into 6 strategic categories, 22 goals, 67 objectives. Every single one of those objectives traces back to the comprehensive master plan, the 18 focus areas the board adopted in October. So this is important. We are not creating any new focuses. We are implementing what the community has already told us it needed through the CMP process. The work was done by 5 cross-functional staff working groups. So we had parks, administration, recreation, tennis, ICE, and initially we generated a whopping 122 initial objectives. Way too much, not going to be able to accomplish that in a 5-year period. Through consolidation workshops, we brought that down to 67. The plan also supports accreditation for national accreditation in 2027 with CAPRA, the National Parks and Recreation Association, and pursuit of Illinois Distinguished Accreditation as well. It also connects to Policy 5.01, which was recently adopted by the board on our planning structure, and to Objectives 3.3.3 on KPIs within this document itself. So the planning process and how we got here. So a quick timeline so you can see how this unfolded in the process. So in October of 25, we had our CMP implementation workshop with Barry Dunn, and staff was tasked with creating objectives based on those 18 focus areas. The board then adopted the CMP on October 23rd, which that gave us our foundation. In December of 25, not 26 that I put on the slide, so my bad on that. That was workshop 1, where we had those 5 working groups that produced that 122 initial objectives. We also, at that time, revisited the mission, vision, values in that session. January through March was the consolidation process. We ran a detailed crosswalk. Every objective was tagged, retained, merged, moved, absorbed, or expanded, and then we got to 69. In April, which was our second workshop, we had 3 workshop groups in that was consolidated between all of those initial cross-functional groups, that they reviewed everything, validated our direction, and confirmed our cross-departmental alignment. And then tonight, on June 25th, is your initial public review. The plan sits at 67 objectives across 22 goals, 6 categories. Okay, so for our 6 strategic categories, the plan was organized in this way as it looks to flow from the comprehensive master plan. So we look at our different categories. Each one maps to specific CMP focus areas, which you can see listed under the different categories. So category 1, programs, services, access, and planning. We have 4 goals, 11 objectives. Category 2, asset stewardship and capital investment. That is 3 goals, 9 objectives. Category 3 comes down to governance, accreditation, operations, 4 goals, 12 objectives. Category 4, partnerships and intergovernmental coordination, 4 goals, 11 objectives. Category 5, communication and customer service, where we are at 2 goals and 6 objectives. And then category 6, workforce and organizational development, 5 goals, 11 objectives. We tried to keep everything at least a little across all different categories, so we didn't have one that was overwhelming another one. So I'll walk through each category, and these slides are dense, so I'll hit the highlights, but you have the full document for review, and happy to answer any questions you have at that onset. And I apologize that it is a little small on the screen. Trying to fit everything into a slide. All right, so for category 1, we start to address what the community most directly experiences, our programs and space. Goal 1.1 is about delivering that high quality, relevant programming. Short term, that means expanding in high demand areas, whether it's wellness, enrichment, adult recreation, through community partnerships. Midterm, we focus on reducing wait lists through smarter scheduling and flexible use of space. Goal 1.2 is about that program space access. Short term, we optimize existing scheduling using facility assessment data that we already have from the CMP. Then midterm, we're converting underutilized spaces into multi-use program areas and building fair documented space allocation processes. All right, on to 1.3. That covers master planning, feasibility studies, and capital priorities, which is a major cluster of a lot of the work that we're looking at. So short term, we already have begun the implementation of the Skokie Playfield Campus Master Plan, so that's in the works. We talked about it a little bit in public announcements earlier. We also, midterm, are looking at initiating the pool feasibility study, indoors versus outdoors, revenue impacts, capital funding strategies, that sort of thing. But we kind of want to see how the Skokie Playfield Campus Master Plan plays out before we get into that part of the process. Short term also includes updating that ADA transition plan, also currently in the works. And then midterm, we develop capital improvement prioritization framework for potential board adoption. Long term, we look at land acquisition opportunities, and ongoing, we keep all of our major planning documents in alignment. And then 1.4, that addresses access, equity, and connectivity. Midterm, focus on planning area 2, which is the area west of the highway, and long-term pedestrian and bicycle connections, and midterm unified wayfinding strategies. Category 2, enhancing services and facilities. So this is our asset stewardship item or category. So 2.1, that's the replace, renovate, and maintain. Short term, assessing our asset management platform, building a preventative maintenance calendar. Midterm, addressing ADA deficiencies that may come through our ADA transition plan, and also advancing ice, tennis, platform tennis planning through the Skokie campus process, and then long-term replacing end-of-life assets, whether it's playgrounds, pathways, roofs, irrigation, those types of things. 2.2, this is where we are looking at our natural areas and environmental stewardship, midterm work on site master plans, ecological restoration, lakefront habitat, and the district-wide sustainability plan. 2.3, that focuses on safety and facility user experience. Short term, immediate HVAC, mechanical, signage issues, Midterm, supporting the Golf Services Advisory Board, and what they want to bring to the board in regards to their priorities, our management agreement with Kemper Sports, contract review, incentive fee methodology, and then coordination with legal counsel on all of those good things. All right, category 3. Yep, improve processes and efficiencies. So this is where we strengthen our internal house. 3.1, program and administration. Short term, we're evaluating our registration system. Midterm, implementing a formal program evaluation framework across the district. Ongoing, applying the affiliate group framework consistently based on what the board approved in policy 8.08. 3.2, this is financial management and cost recovery. Short term, looking at updating the fee schedule, fee structure, and cost recovery methodology based on some of the information that was brought forward in the comprehensive master plan and that cost analysis. Midterm, implementing pro forma tools and reviewing contractual structures, including our 70-30 splits. Long-term, maintaining financial sustainability through our reserve planning. And then moving on to 3.3, this covers IT operations and efficiencies. Short-term, assessing IT support structures. This could be our contract. This could be our website information, those types of things. Midterm, developing standard operating procedures. Ongoing, integrating the strategic plan into work plans, budget, and staff evaluations, plus KPI development. Midterm, data analytics and system integration, and ongoing cybersecurity and data protection, which we know is a huge issue. Not issue, but something very important. It's not an issue, it's just important. 3.4 is focused on governance and accreditation primarily. So again, midterm, CAPRA and Illinois Distinguished Accreditation self-assessments, which will be coming in 2027. And then midterm, our records retention schedule. We're actually working on that currently now, looking at how we maintain all of our records, whether we're going to get those in electronic format, those types of things. Short term, also that, well, kind of short term, but our policy manual update, board policy versus staff, standard operating procedure clarification, biennial review process, that. So we likely will still look at we still have on the books the future special meeting for our policy manual, which will come later this year. All right, on to category 4. So develop collaborative solutions. This is about working well with others. So 4.1 is working with the Village of Winnetka on coordination, whether zoning, stormwater easements, utility coordination, midterm, lakefront and shoreline work, long-term, any Skokie campus infrastructure needs, and then also short-term standardizing our coordination with village staff. 4.2, this focuses a lot on the school district partnership, our shared use agreements. We currently have an agreement that's being updated currently. Midterm, looking at scheduling and program delivery coordinations, and then also ongoing coordination meetings, which we have been doing really well at this past year. 4.3, those are our broader partnerships. So midterm, MOUs with the library, community house possibly, Nutria Township, any faith-based facilities, fitness studios, etc. Anyone that we can see as a potential partner to provide our residents more opportunities for their needs. Midterm, looking at more possible nature-based programming partnerships as well. 4.4, this is board governance support. So that's policy review, ethics training access, those types of things. and then midterm structured board staff information sharing. And then to category 5, which is enhanced community engagement. This is how we communicate and respond. 5.1 focuses on public communication and engagement. So short term, we're looking at our district-wide marketing communication and community engagement plan. This is something that we look at not only for the betterment of the agency, but is also a requirement for our accreditation initiatives. Midterm, digital accessibility. For ADA, we have a deadline now, I think it's 2028 now. Yeah, so April 26, 2028 for our ADA updates to the website. So that's definitely something that is needed to be completed by us within that time frame. Midterm, looking at structured community feedback channels. How do we get feedback from the community in more ways that the community wants to provide us feedback? And then looking also at midterm transparency in reporting, budget education, public understanding of district operations is also something we talked about in some of our objectives. Ongoing joint communication protocol with the village on lakefront and storm-related conditions, so we can be lockstep with any information that the public needs to know in regards to potential concerns or things that the public really needs to know. 5.2, this is responsive service delivery. This is looking at improving customer support with systematic inquiry tracking so we can make sure we understand what concerns are coming in, we're taking note of those, and we're able to respond in a timely fashion. Okay, last category, kind of flying through it. So build the team. This is about our people. This is about our staff. Without staff, the Park District would fail to operate. So I really want to focus on how important our staff are. They're very important. Their input is important. So 6.1, looking at staff capacity and professional development. Ongoing, which we've already ongoinged. Standardizing onboarding, safety certifications, leadership, and technical training availability to staff. If there is a want to participate in a conference or a training, that we make room for that in the budget process. And as long as folks have let us know that that's something that they're interested in, we try to make that work within the budget. Short term, looking also at part-time and seasonal training. And professional certifications, whether that's CPRP, CPRE, AFO, all the acronyms. So CPRP is Certified Parks and Recreation Professional. CPRE is Certified Parks and Recreation Executive. CPSI, Certified Playground Safety Inspector. It's hard to remember all of those. But, and then also leadership development, something that we have also been working on as a part of planning this strategic plan is with that training for our part-time staff, our full-time staff, and putting that in our learning management system, which has been extremely helpful, and our team has done an amazing job of putting those things together to make sure that everybody has the same information, they're getting trained the same way, they're getting all of the information the same way to make sure that they have all of that information that they need. Okay, 6.2, that's organizational culture and internal communication. Ongoing, we're wanting to make sure consistent communication tools, cross-department collaboration, and a culture of recognition and accountability. We have an engagement committee that works through a lot of those things already, so this is looking at that expansion. What are we doing with that? Is staff happy with what's going on that front? What do we need to expand on? What do we need to change? Those types of things, and keeping staff engaged on what is helpful for them in motivation to do the best that they can do at their job. 6.3, this is in regards to recruitment, hiring, and retention. So some of the items for short term, looking at university and workforce partnerships, midterm, standardizing hiring resources and onboarding tools, I just kind of mentioned that, and then midterm retention tools and regular compensation benchmarking. And then 6.4, this talks to safety, preparedness, and risk management. So looking at mandatory safety training, CPR, AED, first aid, emergency procedures for all staff. And then also enhancing safety protocols in alignment with PDRMA requirements, making sure we're meeting those. And we get those little grants back when we do what they recommend us to do. 6.5, that is long-term workforce planning. So chain of authority procedures, cross-training for continuity, ongoing using the Skokie campus, pool feasibility, and golf assessment outcomes to anticipate future staffing needs with annual review of reporting structures. Now I know that's really, really hard to read, and I couldn't make it easier on there. So this is to answer the question that you might have on, does every goal actually connect to the community's priorities, or are we introducing things that the CMP didn't call for? So this is the answer. And it might not be all inclusive. I think there might have been some spots where I missed putting one to a focus area to one of the objectives, but there's at least one or two. So every goal is tagged with one or more of the 18 CMP focus areas. So you can trace that objective backward to a community identified need. Nothing in this plan is a staff priority that wasn't first surfaced through the CMP process. That's by design, and that's what makes this plan defensible at the CAPRA level, distinguished accreditation, and frankly to anyone looking at our CMP and comparing that to the strategic plan itself. So there's 4 time horizons structured within the plan. I've mentioned them a little bit as we've kind of gone through this. So our short term, we're looking at now up to 18 months. Midterm is about 18 months to 3 years. Long term, 3 to 5 years, and then ongoing is throughout the full plan period. So when we looked at what the board has called prioritization, when we are prioritizing, we're not prioritizing against each other on these individual objectives. The idea is based on what we are able to feasibly accomplish in those timeframes. So everything within the strategic plan itself is something that can be accomplished within that short, mid, or long term, or it's an ongoing process. For the prioritization type of things, that's when we go into the annual implementation plan that would be part of the budget process to look at what is the goal to complete for this next year. So when we get into the 2027 cycle, the budget process itself, staff will say, yep, this is it. This is what we plan to accomplish in the next year. And the board can say, nope, I want this one instead here, or I think this one should be out further, I think this one should be done now, however that plays out. But that's how we look at these particular items and objectives as a priority, because priorities change year over year. So as this is a 5-year plan, if we say, okay, right now in the strategic plan, XYZ is priority number 1, but then things shift in a couple of months and something else needs to be that priority, we would like the board to be able to look at that through the budget process, because that's also when those financial implications of those items would also be approved by the board. Then looking also at that annual implementation plan, that is relayed in policy 5.01, which was recently adopted by the board in section D of how that would go through. Coordinated with budget development, formally adopted through the budget process. Quarterly board reporting, also under policy 5.01 section E. This is progress reported at least quarterly, what's completed, in progress, deferred, and items that we may recommend for revision. And then also looking at KPIs, performance measurement, developed under 3.3.3, currently in the plan, supports community reporting, accreditation alignment, and integration with the annual budget, and also staff evaluations. So next steps, kind of where we're at. So again, like I mentioned, that this is the board's first public review of this document. It is not in its final form, as you can tell by it doesn't have pretty pictures, because I'm not good at that. So the next idea is to collect any additional comments the board may have so that we may be able to look at this for potential final draft come the next meeting or two, and also looking at the items that do still need to be inserted into the plan, whether it's current mission and vision, an updated one, whatever the board decides, whatever the community feels is best for that particular option. That would be tied into the strategic plan, whatever that comes out to be. And staff would then make it pretty, because again, I'm not good at that. So hopefully we'd be looking at getting through another review by a final draft in July or August, and potential formal adoption that point or a time after if there's additional adjustments that need to be made. And then finally, so a summary of what I'd like everyone to take away from this is that this strategic plan is entirely grounded in the comprehensive master plan adopted by the board in October of 25. Every goal and objectives traces to one or more of the 18 community identified focus areas. No new priorities were introduced outside of what the community drove. We have 67 objectives across 22 goals in 6 categories, all with documented staff origin through consolidation crosswalks that we've worked through the process. The implementation is structured, so timeframes are defined and tracked through that implementation, that annual implementation plan, and reviewed every budget cycle, so annually. Quarterly reporting is required under policy 5.01, and then KPIs developed under 333. The plan directly supports CAPRA 2027 and Illinois Distinguished Accreditation. That work is embedded primarily in Category 3. And then, other than additional comments from the board, items that we still need to take back, make adjustments to, inserting the mission and vision would be the last piece to that as well. With that, happy to take any questions, and I'll go sit back at my seat.
We'd like to start out with questions.
I'll be honest, I'm eager to hear your questions.
Yeah, I just have comments. Yeah, I just have comments. Who wants to start? I've provided mine and I reviewed the answers as we were sitting here earlier.
I was surprised that I submitted my questions this afternoon, and there's already responses to
I know.
this evening.
I
So,
know.
That's how Shannon does it.
I think I would still have vacation brain, but clearly that doesn't happen.
No, it's still vacation brain, yeah. Don't mind any spelling errors that might be in there.
All right. Go around. Or Colleen, do you want to go?
I submitted my comments, and I have not yet, I had a swim team meet this afternoon, so I haven't had a chance to read these responses, but certainly appreciate it. Again, I agree that staff is integral to a park district, but as is our taxpayers and as is our board. And I really want to commend you on this document because it's truly professionally packaged. I guess my deeper issue is that it still seems to be so staff-centric, and I would like to think of the board and staff as a partnership, as a team, working collaboratively together. So I'd like to see more of that language in the strategic plan.
Okay.
Thank you. I know it was a lot of effort to get to this point. Can you just give a description of what you envision in the annual implementation plan? Like, will that be words, or is the annual implementation plan the numeric manifestation of the objectives in the budget? Because I'm having a hard time just getting my head around how we're tracking the progress of these goals in the budget, because the budget is a bunch of numbers, and a lot of these objectives to me are not easily quantified in the numeric way.
So it likely will be, it'll be a combination of both. So the idea with the annual implementation plan is the items that are picked out of the strategic plan that, I don't want to say picked out of strategic plan, but we have objective A, B, and C, however many, 20, 15, whatever it is, and those are our focus for what we are implementing in FY27. We have this 5-year strategic plan, so what I would probably assume, without having gone through the process yet, still working through the actual objectives right now, is anything within the short term and ongoing will be included in an annual implementation plan, especially for the first year, because those are the ones that we think that we can accomplish within the next 18 months. So if we have, and it could also be things that don't need additional funding because it's already been funded. So if we're going through the, ooh,
What was that?
that was a lacrosse ball.
Yay, Windows.
Can I just tell you, the kid that did it is about 4 feet tall.
And it'll also talk to what we've been able to accomplish to that point too, right? So the first year, it's going to be a little wonky on what we've been able to accomplish because we're just starting. So, but we would be able to say, we are in this place at the Skokie master plan process, or we're in this place in the ADA transition plan, or we're at this place in XYZ objectives. So it gives an update of what we've been able to accomplish and what the plan is to focus on in the next year. If there are dollar amounts associated with a particular objective, so pool feasibility study, then that would be noted and added to the staff recommended budget. Now, whether the board wants to keep it there or wants to move it out, those are up for discussion, right? So the annual implementation plan is going to be what we have accomplished and what we're planning to accomplish in the next year.
Yes, I could see how it works in the budget process where we need to spend money on, things related to the ADA plan. Where I'm struggling is to see how, in these objectives, like which ones, when it says, improve efficiency, how we are getting to, quantified metrics. Because usually improving efficiency, at least in my corporate background, has translated into like demonstrated cost savings in some way. And so I would just say for some of these objectives, to the extent that we can get to a quantitative measure of how we have improved efficiency, I think that would be a plus.
So it really depends on how much in the weeds the board wants to get, because staff are focusing on the once we figure out what the objectives are, then what those metrics would be to indicate potential success. So if the metric or if the objective is do better at customer service, then we would look at, from a staff perspective, what is feasible is it a 95% satisfaction rate on the 100 surveys or whatever it is. My concern, not really concern, but looking at it from a viewpoint of, we don't know if we can get 100 surveys. We don't know what 95% is, those types of things. That is something that I think is very important for us as staff to be able to determine and put those in that annual implementation plan of what we're going to be doing at that point, right? So not everything is going to require dollars, but also one of the requirements for accreditation is to have goals and objectives, annual goals and objectives. This would serve that purpose. That annual implementation plan serves that purpose for annual goals and objectives. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I still, like, for example, you know, we have these technology objectives. I would hope that when we have the technology coordinator as an example, they will evaluate our contracts and perhaps we can improve our expenditures because we have now hired a person to manage that, right? So I just am unclear on how that translates into, like, the results. I mean, I don't need to know, you know, the dollar of every savings, but like through our initiatives this year, we saved X by improving our processes in these general areas. To me, it would be like a good outcome of the plan overall. And I just am struggling with how we get there.
So I would look at it in the way of what is the board's purview based on policy 501 is what does the board approve, right? So is the board now going to approve those metrics for all of the objectives? How is that determined? Is that going to be a majority decision on wordsmithing the metrics for all of the 67 objectives now when we don't know 4 years from now if that metric is even going to be valid? So the goal is to have that in the annual implementation plan, so you see it on an annual basis, so it's right fresh there and then, rather than something that you approved 4 years ago that we now don't think is accurate or not, or is not feasible. So that gives those metrics on a year-to-year basis. So we as staff are working on what may work, and we put in that annual implementation plan of what we feel is a successful metric for that, and the board approves the budget, which has this attached to it.
So will we see, like, T36 has quarterly, you know, updates against their strategic plan, which are a combination of.
We will have a
budget,
quarterly
metrics,
update
and
on the strategic plan.
Narrative, okay.
Yep.
So, I'm probably stating the obvious here, but the annual plan is really the next level down.
Yep.
You have to tie everything from the strategic plan back to the comprehensive master plan. You have to tie everything from the annual plan up to
So
the
the
strategic plan. And it's really what you're going to do is guide, these are the initiatives that we're going to run this particular year.
That's what the annual plan is. The annual plan, it gives kind of the, okay, this is what we accomplished this past year, right? Is that my phone?
Several
Oh.
Notifications going off in here.
With the annual plan, it's the items within the strategic plan. So if I have, so say the strategic plan was already in place, right? Then we would have put in the 2026 strategic plan, completion of the Skokie campus master plan. So that's something we're currently working on now. And we would be able to say for, so say it goes into the next year, like say it were to go into 27. We would be able to say in that annual implementation plan, we completed 75% of the plan. The goal is 100% completion in 27. That's kind of how that would work.
And it's true that there might be multiple initiatives in the annual plan that map to an objective.
Sure.
You're not going to take a line item objective and say, this is our project. You're going to say, here's the 5 things we're doing to meet that, and then we're going to measure it. The staff is going to measure at that level.
Yeah, and I mean, and there could be things that tie to an objective that we don't know for another 3 years. Because it could be based on something else that occurs. So if we complete the Skokie campus master plan and it says that something about a pool facility, and then we go into the pool feasibility study, that campus master plan is going to give us information to lead us into that next process.
So it's going to be the manageable chunk of work that we're going to attempt to accomplish in that given year.
Correct.
Which leads us to the potential end goal, which is noted in the strategic plan. We may not get there in a year, we may get there in 3 years, 5 years.
And then we'll add it to the next
And we'll
year's
show the
annual
progress.
plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the metrics for accomplishing the annual plan items will be more reflected in sort of quarterly reports, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to be a combination of the two depending on where we are in the process, right? So looking at where we are now with this strategic plan not being approved yet, I don't have metrics written for a third quarter update.
Next level down.
Yeah, so it's gonna, but as we get through the process, like, as we see what we're able to accomplish, I mean, there's likely things in these objectives that they're not specifically laid out, but they fall within that we're just like, wow, that's a really good idea, let's do that. And it falls within that thing, right? So if there's an efficiency item that is gonna save us, I don't know, 100 hours of staff time or something like that, and we're like, okay, well, we can accomplish this by doing whatever it is, and that would be added to the list. Is it going to be all-encompassing if we don't know yet right at that particular moment in time? Maybe. But when it comes to the particular goals, or not goals, but the particular objectives, the metrics are going to really vary, because some of them are more, especially the ongoing ones. So I don't have a good example off of the top of my head, but the ones that are probably easier to understand are going to be the the ones that are going to be more easier to understand are the specific ones, right? On, we created this, done, that one's accomplished. So if there are metrics that are, we want a 95% positive customer service rate on whatever it is, that I think is something that's going to differ depending on what we're talking about. Because in some areas you get more people to participate than in other areas. So that's gonna potentially differ.
Okay, makes sense.
And then just the last, last comment, when I said New Trier, I meant New Trier High School, not New Trier Township.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
So just.
Okay.
Commissioner Cotto?
I think it's hard to envision in the abstract how the quarterly rolls into the annual and how the annual rolls into the 5-year plan. But once it starts unfolding, I think people will see the metrics emerge naturally as a function of the objectives that are adopted quarterly. So preserve some flexibility and you'll watch it all unfold in the quarterlies.
And I think the process with those items, like we have in the policy manual about what's to be done, right? So we'll follow that, like the policy manual has us following. And if there are adjustments need to be made after quarter one and you're like, hey, I don't have enough information, or that's too much information, or whoa, what's going on, then we shift gears.
So the ADA access plan, I think, is a very good example, because we don't know yet where we stand in that result. And for that reason, we don't yet know, we can't yet attach metrics to that plan.
Right.
We don't know how long each of those projects will take. I have just a couple of comments. And so for the category 3, the improved processes and efficiencies, on your item, wow, this print is tiny, 3.4, goal 3.4, in the short term, I do think as we work through the policy manual process for the agency, we should also run a parallel board policy manual process. I think a lot of the policies are going to overlap, so I think it's easy to tick some of those for the board.
Financial?
No, this is item 3.4.
So
Then
343 is the complete policy manual update. That's the board
Yes.
policy manual.
So 343 will be the board policy.
Yeah.
I would argue that we do that in parallel, if possible,
In parallel with,
with the general policy manual.
they're all kind of one and the same right now. We have a
Right.
personnel policy
Right.
manual, we have a board policy manual. Those are
Right.
the only two we have.
Right, right. So I would just like special attention to be paid, because we've talked about having a specific board policies and procedures manual, and I would like just to make it clear to everyone that that will also function as the board policy manual. We'll pay attention to board issues in that manual as well. Am I making that clear?
I think that's for a potential separate discussion.
Yeah, I can circle back on that. The second comment that I had in develop collaborative solutions, I feel like category 4, I feel like establish intergovernmental coordination, communication, and planning processes, 4.1.4. I think liaison assignments are critical to that. I think liaison assignments, execution of assignments, establishing relationships, building relationships, attending their meetings, I think that's critical. And then in category 5, enhancing community engagement, I think being available at the farmer's market is really important. Making yourself available, I think it should be an evenly shared obligation of everyone on this board. And I think we should, the information that we collect is a public record. It is not to be taken home. It is not to be scanned into your personal computer. It is to be delivered directly to the agency. And then 5.1.1, there is one message. There's one message from the district, and there's one message from the board. And those are my comments.
Yeah, my only comment, or my only initial question was, how does this adapt over time? Because this is a long period of time, and you know, everything will change day one after we adopt this. But you've pretty much addressed that tonight. So, yeah, I think Looks great. Nice work.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You've had my comments and responded to them, so. Does anyone else have further questions or comments? Because we'll move on in the agenda, if not.
What's next? What's the next step?
You don't want to approve it just now? No, I'm just kidding. So what I think might be helpful is, so I provided comments back on commissioners' individual comments. I know it was just today that I provided them, so I want to give you a chance to review those, of course.
Thank you.
And so what I think might be helpful is if there are any additional things based on those comments, those responses, those types of things, we can go back and look through what potential things that we could adjust. Like I know that there was a few comments in regards to homeschool, so I'll take that out. So yeah, so that was an easy one. But as far as those types of things, we can go and take those out. It might be, and I don't know this, I would leave this up to the board, if it's beneficial for me to work with the president on going through those before it comes back to the board as a final option. So it's not individual back and forth, so we can have a concise document to bring back to the board potentially in July.
So you want our written feedback, our written refinements in addition, and also responses to these?
Yeah, if you have anything, again, if you have anything additional, then, or any updates, or after you review the comments and you're just like, yeah, that's not what I was talking about, and those types of things, then we can address those. And then what I would like to do is potentially work with the president on refining those before it then comes back to the full board.
So you mean refining sort of how the changes will be incorporated into the strategic plan?
Right, correct.
Okay. And, but the comments, any comments will still be distributed widely?
Of course.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Root?
As we work through this, and one of the things that has been difficult is we have made so many changes on our policies in the last 18 months. It would be really wonderful if there's a way that we can have a searchable policy manual. I go to the link, but it's very difficult to try to search, and I don't know if that is possible.
We would have to use a new service provider. They don't have that for the public version, other than those specific one documents.
That might be something to add to the list to explore, because it is very difficult. Again, as we continue, and as we are going to continue to update this policy manual, it's really important to be able to quickly find things, so you know what you should be doing and if you're doing it properly. And it's hard to do at this point, so.
Do you think we need the motion?
I think that, I mean, and I don't want to speak for the board, but is that okay with the board for all comments to come through, and I send everything
circulating.
back, and then I work with President Gibson?
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so we're moving on to section 5 of the agenda. It's unfinished business, section 5.1, Elder Lane and Centennial Park Beach project update.
Thank you. Included in the board packet, of course, is the memo outlining this. The two things to note in the memorandum that was submitted is the findings of the Village Council from the June 9, 2026 meeting. At that time, the Village Council did vote to waive introduction to the special use permit that was submitted for the Centennial Dog Beach. That was approved to deny the permit application for ordinance as a vote of 4-1. The other item, as discussed at the May, I believe it was 28th, Park Board meeting, there was a question, and I wanted to follow up with the entire board, so the public can hear as well, as related to items for the development and the continued restoration of the Elder Lane and Centennial Bluff. To date, staff has been working with the consultants, SWCA environmental consultants, to have them review and update their proposal that was completed prior to for the initial bluff work planning that was submitted as the independent plans for both the Elder Lane and Centennial Beach master plans as they were submitted for special use. To date, staff has re-reviewed this project scope with them, identified the new intentions of the scope, which is to take a look and restore the existing conditions as they are to date. No improvements are being considered other than safety concerns for the tree canopy that will be addressed at the same time. Staff have worked with them on a couple touch points. One of the ecologists from SWCA did come out on Monday. They performed a site investigation on the grounds, if you will, and reviewed the site to re-review their notes from the previous to see what has changed over the course of the last 2 years. I expect to have a proposal from them here shortly. Once I have that proposal, I will review that with Shannon and then look to basically execute on that proposal to allow them to update the plans. So this way we have a new set of drawings for the bluff restoration work that we can then provide for the village to review for our continued support of restoring the bluffs. Just wanted to note that, once again, the driver for this was based on some work that we tried to complete back in 2024. In 2024, the village did put into practice Ordinance MC01 2024, which is the steep slope ordinance for the abeyance of the steep slope and development of the bluffs. So per that ordinance and what has passed, going back through the correspondence from James Bernal, we now need to submit and have the village review our intended plans for the mass removals that we're proposing, essentially the removal of the majority of the bluff, which is buckthorn, and then some of the undesirables and invasive species. And then that needs to also be continued through a review from their third-party coastal consultant as well. So at that point in time, when we got the plans back with any comments that are received, depending if we need to make adjustments to the plans based on those comments, we would then reach out to third-party contractors to get some price quotes on what that work would cost the Park District. Hopefully that work could be underneath the bidding threshold, but if it is not, we would go out to a formal bid, bring that back to the Park Board for approval at that time, and then look to execute on this work this fall, going into a fall removal with a dormant seeding going into the winter months for a spring vegetation growth. So just wanted to outline that. I know we talked about it with the pre-board meetings, but I just wanted to make sure I captured that with the entire board, and so the public knew what the protocol and the next practice is that we continue to move forward. So those are the two updates that I have for Elder Centennial at this time. If the Park Board has any questions on those items, I'll be glad to answer those for you.
I do. So this ordinance for the steep slope abeyance, is that only for the lakefront?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
Asking you to get your crystal ball out, I know that a lot of this is dependent on people beyond the Park District. But if you're looking at a schedule, when do you think that the bluff might be at a point where we could actually see the lake? Do you think by the start of the next swim season next year?
Oh, yeah.
Contingent on cooperation with those who have to review and approve.
Barring any large changes to the plans or any comments that might have to come back where we're not able to do the clearings as we're proposing, our scope of work for the cutting would be this late, this fall into early winter to have that cut down. So at that point, those views and vistas would be opened up, and then continued maintenance moving forward from that to maintain. So there would be plug planting in the spring, additional development, reseeding, reestablishment as needed where things might not have taken, So over the course of that time, it would be developed even further. And then ongoing maintenance from there on moving forward would be part of our regiment, because if we don't maintain it and we don't keep up on the buckthorn, it's just going to reestablish and it'll be back to the way it was in a record time. So by this winter, but definitely before the spring season, depending if there's anything, as you indicated, that might come in as a out of left field, if you
Yeah,
will.
beyond your control.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, Costa. We are now going to move on to section 5.2, which is titled Requesting the Village to Negotiate an IGA. But within that, I suppose there's some other items. Trying to think about how to proceed on this.
Do you want me to give like a
Yes,
lowdown of kind of where we were, where we are?
Yes.
So at the last time we talked about this at the May 28th meeting, we were instructed to reach out to the village in regards to a potential IGA. So we reached out to the village for a discussion, and the village accepted the meeting. When we had the meeting, the priority of the village was to focus on the dog beach and specifics rather than a full IGA. So there were conversations from there to discuss potential paths moving forward with Dog Beach operations and Centennial Beach and related lakefront issues. And I do know that at the village's June 16th meeting, the village president made comment about this as well, that they were looking to potentially have a Dog Beach location at their property on Tower Road Beach. From that meeting on June 8th, I believe, so we had some discussions on what that would actually look like. I reached out specifically to the village manager to ask some additional questions of what that would look like, what some of the concerns were. We then met specifically on June 12th to talk about some of those concerns, whether it was related to the location, the timing, the seasonality, what the process would actually look like, what would happen to Centennial, what the process was for the lease that we currently have in place for Tower Road Beach, other items that included access, ingress, egress to this area, how they would work through the village's leash law, and all of those types of operational things. Who would be responsible for staffing, for cleaning, how that would all work. So based on that conversation, the village manager sent me a draft implementation plan. We worked through a couple iterations of that to see what potentially could be brought before the board for potential discussion of that topic, knowing that us as staff, we can't make that decision one way or another. So it was looking at, is this something that, if it were to happen, what would be the implications of that, and how would we work through that? And while the items in place and in front of you today are not, they're very much in draft form. They were being updated up until just probably yesterday. So there's a lot of draftness in these documents, and I still think that there is definitely some discussion needed and of what the board would like to do. I do know that the village has not brought this before their board yet, so that's also something to consider as well.
Do we have any questions? Jeff, we'll go around the circle.
Good.
So this seemed to all come about rather quickly, so I've just got some high-level clarifying questions. This is a village-driven initiative
That's correct.
where they are asking us to support this Tower Road Dog Beach pilot.
That's correct.
Okay. And they've asked us for our help in supporting, if I understand correctly, because, I mean, it's their property that they're looking to put it on.
Correct.
But they currently lease it to us.
That's correct.
So there's an agreement there, and that's why we have to work through that's why they need to work through the agreement with us. If I read the documentation correctly, they're also asking us to close Centennial Beach Dog Park at
That's
the
correct.
same time that they are running their pilot.
That's correct.
Okay. We haven't gotten to the nitty-gritty pieces of what they're proposing. I do have some questions further down. They relate to safety, stanchions, looking to better understand what that means, how individuals, both dogs and families without dogs, will get to Tower Road Beach, sharing an access way. I've got some questions about that, but I realize we're not that far.
Yeah, I mean, I can give a little bit of what I know and what I understand. As far as the stanchions, I was shown a picture of something that they were going to purchase off of Amazon. So I don't know how sturdy they really are. It was just from the pictures, and I'm just going off of memory. I don't have a picture with me or anything. But there were potential options that were, I don't know, probably yay high, you know, maybe that were plastic. I don't know how heavy they were. I didn't see that information, that they were just sat on the
Solid?
stand.
Or is it just like a?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I asked about this in my pre-board meeting because I was unfamiliar with the word.
Mhm.
And so the visual to have in mind is like those things with the ribbons at the airport where you wait in line.
Right.
So
And
it's a version of
I've
that.
heard that. I've heard
Yeah.
waiting in line at the movie theater. I've heard waiting in line at the
Yes,
amusement park.
yes.
What I'm trying to understand is what
Yeah.
stops the dog from.
Will there be ropes along the stanchions then?
I believe that they were looking at like a one line of rope, but nothing that would actually, it's just more of a, yeah, that's the word, a delineation of the area than an actual blockage. And then what was your other question?
How will it be
Shared
accessed?
access to the beach.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, so what they have proposed, so it would stay on village property, which would be the roadway.
Mhm.
So that would be the access point for their dog area, would be Tower Road walking down.
The lease amendment provides that people who want to use the beach for dogs would be able to park in the parking lot on Park District property and then use the access road and stay on village property to walk down there to access the dog beach area.
Mhm.
No dogs are allowed anywhere near the playground at any time. So they could park on Park District property, and then they'd have to walk over to the access road, walk down the access road on village property, and use the dog area, which is also on village property. And they
That's
have to-
helpful. I guess my point being, historically, I have seen many families using that access road without dogs as well, traversing that, so.
Are you good for now?
For now.
Yep, all right. Commissioner Root?
Okay, trying to just summarize this, this is a pilot program that is proposed to run until, I believe, September 7th. Initially, as I understood it, the hours would be from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. when our beach is closed, and so I would presume we would not have a great number of bathers that are down there, and quite frankly, a number of people down there in the early hours.
We do have a camp. That drop-off is at 9 a.m., I believe, yeah.
So I saw that was addressed, and I want to thank you for sending the communication that you've had with the village. That was addressed by reducing the time frame so that it is from 6 a.m. until 8:30 a.m. in the morning, a 2.5-hour period. Am I correct on that, that is?
That's what has been put in the documentation.
So for 2.5 hours, we are going to, the village is trying to find an accommodation to let dogs run off-leash into the water, where this occurs on 6 other North Shore dog beaches, where it occurs throughout the country. Staggered hours are very common, I think, in your native state of Florida. Because I've been on beaches in Florida where dogs are allowed to be on at a set time, and then they must leave when bathers. Am I not correct on that?
I couldn't say. It wasn't at the jurisdiction that I worked at.
Okay, very well. Well, I have been on beaches in Florida, I've been on beaches in Carolina, I've been on beaches in California, where I can assure you that this does occur, and in Cape Cod, where this does occur. I want to speak to this not being reviewed by the village council, as I understand from the communication. Thank you, President Gibson, in sharing your communication with President Dearborn, and in what you sent to us today. As I understand, President Dearborn did poll council, and that they were very supportive of this. Am I incorrect on that?
What I mentioned was it was not brought to the council in a public setting.
Do I understand that they plan to do so in the immediate future?
I don't have that information.
I think that they're going to do a special meeting next week.
That's what I understand.
It doesn't say that that's what it's for, but it's my understanding they're going to do it.
That's what I saw
Right.
on the village agenda. Again, I wanted to hand out for the benefit of our new board members, the Dog Beach Advisory Committee put together a plan that was done by the Lakota Group and was presented to this board in May of 2022. The area that was proposed is the area that is being proposed by the village now on village land. And the theory was that this would be a better use of beaches than having dogs running off-leash on Centennial. And I want to share this because many of the things that we're talking about were discussed and addressed, and you have all of that in park files. And I'd like to also respond to Don Smith about, how would Tower be any better than Centennial? As an old lady lawyer who did a lot of real estate, under our principles of law, every parcel of land is unique. So what you may see at Centennial is very different at Tower. When I look at where the village is proposing this, in my opinion, this is an industrial area where we have a water plant and a power plant. So it will be very synonymous with what we see with the 6 other off-leash dog beaches on the North Shore, where they don't locate the beach at prime real estate, but rather put it in areas that would be less desirable. And I'm over my time, so I will stop speaking.
Commissioner Rabb?
I just wanted to pick up on one of the comments from Commissioner Tyson in terms of just trying to get one's head around the proposal. The other piece that I see this testing is the use of Centennial as a passive people beach. Because was that the correct understanding?
Yes.
So dogs will be off leash, not allowed at all at Centennial, but people without dogs will be allowed at Centennial under this pilot.
Yes.
Presuming that they purchase the
Dog, yes.
person-only
So,
dog beach fob.
So
No.
at Centennial right now, our ordinance allows dogs at Centennial. So that would need to be an ordinance changed by the park board to say that dogs are no longer allowed at Centennial, unless the board still would like to have on-leash dogs at Centennial as well, while it's a passive beach. But also the ordinance change, an ordinance change would be needed on our end to potentially allow the dogs at Tower Road, like at least up in the parking lot, because that's still our property.
So is it a requirement, and I feel like I have so many copies of this amendment, and then the village ordinance? So their ordinance, though, was proposing to make Centennial
Yes. Yes.
people only
Yes,
passive.
without having to go through the special use process.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so it was kind of testing two things, which I will say, there's a lot to process here in terms of operationally, but I feel like this is a new idea. It's testing something that the Dog Beach Advisory Committee had put out. It's testing public comments that we received to see if this is even a workable model. It's testing what's the usage of Centennial as a passive beach? Like, do people actually go? And so the thing that I like about it is it's like completely mixing things up, and it's on a pilot basis, and I feel like it has the potential to, get people unstuck, to be able to make progress, which I view positive, as a potential positive. So I'm going to save some of my time in case I have more questions later.
Okay.
Because, there's a
Keeping
lot to
track of
think
that,
through.
Taylor.
I've still got at least a minute.
I think it's one of the things that we discussed with the village. There were some open questions, and in the course of our permitting process, the village advisory boards raised a number of issues. So my question would be, would the village advisory boards sign off in support of this temporary location at Tower? I think the considerations or concerns remain the same. Safety considerations remain the same. The joint usage remains the same. Consequently, the parking issue remains the same. The traffic issue remains the same. The municipal use of that driveway for chemical trucks for the water treatment plant means that that's going to be a very busy pedestrian and municipal working driveway. So my question would be, thank you for this offer. It's something we have discussed. And it's great to put it out there as a possibility, as you say, to get everyone unstuck. I would be curious to see to ask for the support of the advisory boards, because they reviewed our proposal and came up with a number of good suggestions for us.
Sure. Colleen, thank you for giving this diagram out. I think the proposal for the temporary dog beach that's also used for people for a season is a little bit fraught with safety concerns. Every line item that we got as feedback for the Centennial Plan is even worse for this temporary dog beach plan, like, access to the beach for the people bringing their dogs and removing their dogs, gating off access for people that don't have vaccinations for their dogs, keeping dogs where they're supposed to be and not having them run off to adjoining private property. All these things are even worse than this temporary idea. And also the idea that this area currently, in this diagram, this is a really nice idea for a dog beach. But using, this is where everybody sit. I'm looking at the satellite view here, but this is all really nice sand here, and it's right next to the parking lot, and that's where everybody sits on Tower currently. And the idea of showing up there at, at 9:30 a.m. after there's been dogs there for a couple hours is kind of gross, I think. But all that said, if we instead, we or the village or somebody decided to actually do a real dog beach plan, this would be great. There's a black vinyl fence. There's a controlled fob entrance on it. There's a specific entrance for dogs. It doesn't have the bluff entrance that our current dog beach has. But, to me, this looks exactly like the proposal from Centennial. It has all the things that were panned about that, the black vinyl fence, the fence that goes off to the water. And so, my opinion is one way or the other, Centennial or Tower, either one of those would be nice to have a dog beach that's actually implemented properly, like a real project, with safety concerns first. And either one, let's do it properly with the fence and the access fob and safe containment of dogs.
So when we went, as Shannon discussed, on June 8th to meet with the village on laying a groundwork possibly for an IGA, and the village kind of said, we really need to talk about this, idea of a pilot dog beach program at Tower, and we want to talk about this first before we move on to other things. I feel like the process that we've encountered has been one where it is moving very fast. I would say the village is putting enormous effort into accomplishing this pilot program. I don't know. I feel like it's unlikely that we're going to be able to do the fencing that was proposed by the Dog Beach Advisory Committee, because we've already been told there's no fencing on the beaches. So I think, we have to be comfortable, or it's not going to be our operation, so we don't technically have to be comfortable with however they operate it, but we will have people on the beach. We know from Pacer AI that we do have people on the beach well before the beach is opened at 10 or before the camp start at 9. It's not, legions of people, but we do have people on the beach. I am concerned about whether or not it's practical to think that dogs will stay within this area. But I also think we won't get fencing that would make us more comfortable. The idea is for stanchions, because they don't want to have fencing on the beach, that's what is easily removed, right? They can have 2 people removing the stanchions, and then they've undertaken to store it at the power plant. So it's really a question, I think, for us as to comfort levels with how fast this is moving, whether or not you think you fully, have been able to integrate and understand the proposals and so forth.
When is their special meeting? Has it been noticed?
Well, so a few days ago, they had a special meeting scheduled for Tuesday, but they didn't have the agenda posted, but it sounds like they've now got an agenda posted.
No, I just saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know.
So
We don't know. I mean, it'll be out midday tomorrow, probably.
I'll just
based
tell
on
you
what
that
happened.
Bob Dearborn has told me that they're planning to have a special meeting on this.
Okay, so it's probably that one on the 30th.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so.
So I'm going to suggest a timeline. I'd be curious about any feedback, but I would say we listen to their special meeting. They may answer a lot of these questions for us. Then perhaps and I hate to do this, we hold a special meeting of our own to sort of work through what we've heard and how to respond.
Yeah.
Because I think we have some information, but it's in the form of emails and one-on-one conversations, two-on-one conversations. Consequently, I would feel more comfortable if it were a board-level decision from the village and a board conversation for us. That's my.
I have no problem with that. I do think the village is trying to address a situation of very disgruntled community members who feel like they are being harassed on the current Centennial Dog Beach. I think what they're trying to do is to provide some sort of interim quick solution to assist the community. And again, I've worked many years on this. And as I want to speak to Commissioner Corley's concerns, to me, saying we don't like the fence plan for Centennial that we saw from the commissions and from council is not saying we will not consider any type of barrier or fencing. And this goes back to my comment to Mr. Smith tonight. The Tower Beach area with a, what I call industrial plant next to a dog beach is a very different aesthetic than a 540-foot open Centennial Beach that has been named as our landmark
But are you
beach.
proposing, I don't know what we're talking about right here, a permanent fence? Because that's not that was on the table
I
right
know
now?
it's not on the
Okay.
table, but what I'm
Okay.
suggesting is that as we move forward, as we look at our plans, I still think that this option is one that we should carefully consider. And again.
You are addressing, if I could interrupt, you are addressing my concern, which is that if we do the pilot, with stanchions and, which is gonna be, chaos.
We don't know it is,
just-
Commissioner Corley,
I'm
until we
just-
see.
Let him finish.
Hang on. It's gonna be chaos, and I would not wanna do it at all if there was no chance of putting a black vinyl fence on a beach. And I'm only saying that that's the case because that's what we've been told. And all the other concerns that we've been given for not doing it on Centennial also apply here and worse. So, if those are real concerns, then, if they are actual concerns, we still have them here. If they're not real concerns, then, as I said earlier, either beach is a good option. I wouldn't want to go ahead with anything unless we have a fence. So you're correct. You're addressing my concern that maybe there's an opening to have a barrier that prevents dogs. But, the fact that we had so many comments about the fence going to the water and then, oh my God, you can't, walk down the shoreline because of the fence. And this is the same thing here.
Except the if I may I respond?
Yeah, because I really do want to, yes, you may, and then I want to move off this plan because I'm really, the village is wanting to move quickly here, so I want to actually engage in a process. If we don't pass on this tonight, what counselors would like to see, not just in the meeting, the special meeting, but if there are other questions that they have or if there are staff concerns that we need to hear. Because that's really what I have in front of me right now is the pilot program. That's my.
Oh, I understand
Yeah.
that,
Okay.
and why I showed this is, to
Yeah.
me, this pilot program is very similar to this. And the difference between this area on Tower and what you saw in Centennial is you do have a barrier with an industrial plant. So that dogs headed north really are stopped by the water and power plant. And then.
Headed south.
South.
I'm sorry, south, I always get my
Yeah.
directions
Yeah.
mixed up. And as far as dogs going north, this is between 6 and 8:30 a.m. in the morning. I don't know how many dog owners are actually gonna use this for such a short, tiny window.
That's a great point.
Agreed.
I just don't.
Right. And as you've had some community input, I have too, and you've actually, we've also received many letters from the community. Some people, I've heard commentary in other meetings where people have been supportive of, having these limited hours, but I've also seen people that are not. And so we also have to be mindful of the fact that we have a group of fob holders, and we haven't heard from very many of them because they're not even fully aware of this potential plan in the time change to sort of the contract that they have. Yeah, Adam.
Just the thing that, from the Park District's perspective, right now, we have an on-leash dog beach, which we have been unsuccessful in enforcing. So we have off-leash dogs in proximity to a bathing and swimming beach at Elder. And that happens all day long when there are people, when Elder's busy. The pilot plan at least addresses that concern because it eliminates that conflict.
Right.
And the time period at Tower restricts it to when, I can't say there won't be people at the beach, but it minimizes the
Fewer.
conflict compared to
Right.
Centennial and Elder. So I won't tell you I disagree that they aren't putting real barriers up, but they're responsible for enforcing it, and they're responsible for the operations. And we'll get back to that a little later as we go through the document. But I think that this enhances the safety concern I have about conflict between off-leash dogs at Centennial running onto Elder.
Yeah,
Yep.
that makes sense.
Thank you.
No, do we have any staff that, considerations that we want to discuss?
A lot of it was talked through, like in the implementation plan of what the concerns were. One of the items that, while most of this is village operated, village direction, all them, the one thing that they have requested is the information of our pass holders, which our insurer has not recommended. And so those are things that we would still probably have to work through in regards to that recommendation from our insurer on how that would work with our current pass holders. So if it's something that we have to get something from our pass holders to allow us to release their information to the village, or if we issue them a refund because they don't want to participate in it any longer, whatever that case may be, if we have to redo our application, so now it's Tower and have to have people redo an application, however we have to do that. That's something that we would have to look at administratively on how we would accomplish that. We have over 300 current pass holders that would, pass holders
Pass holders.
in general,
I thought we had
318.
Oh, okay.
318 pass holders in general that we would need to work with in order for this to go on their end. So we would have to get in touch with all 318 pass holders.
Question, and that's roughly like $30,000 or something? What's the amount that would be refunded if we?
I don't know how many would request a refund.
Sure, but like if
Residents are.
everything fell apart and there was no dog beach, and we had a refund, what's the total of dog beach?
Do you know what the breakdown is?
Budget around 30,000, but the cost is $50 a resident and $250 a non-resident.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah,
the,
that's-
and you
that's
But we
just,
budget the
30,000 from
revenue.
budget,
Yeah.
the budget is
yeah.
30.
About 30, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so if we,
Just to put that out.
that's the
that'd be
cost, yeah.
30K if we
I think there was a question earlier about access to Centennial if it becomes a passive beach. I think it would just require the same season pass
Right.
that you would
Right.
have to access any other beach.
Right.
Right.
No.
So what we
no,
would.
It doesn't, it doesn't. So talk about that a little more. Right now, it requires you to get a key fob, just like the
No,
dog.
no, no.
No,
We're saying
if it's if it becomes a
pilot
passive
program
beach.
is entered into and Centennial turns into a passive beach, then we would have a beach attendant at the top checking beach passes,
Beach
just like they did
passes.
for Elder.
Okay.
I mean, unless it's going to be a free beach and anybody can access it at any time, whether they're residents or non-residents, that's also an option. We could just leave the gate open.
Why wouldn't we want to sell people the fobs for $50?
I mean, that's a board decision. If you want to say for that particular location, just for passive use, that you have to pay separately from I mean, we didn't do that when we added Elder to the,
So I think that when people buy a season beach pass, they go to different beaches for different reasons. And, you know, I do think that there are people, I saw someone the other day on Centennial, they had beach chairs out, they had a umbrella, everything. I think people will use it and enjoy sitting on the beach, knowing they can't swim. But then if you have little kids or you want to go for a swim, then you're going to be looking at Elder, Maple, or Tower.
and then
I think that's the
also,
way it'll go, so.
Have we planned for the staffing, though,
it's not budgeted, no.
for the beach, you know, because that's
Yeah,
the.
there's some unbudgeted things that we have to think about.
Absolutely.
We have rangers now.
That's a different job.
Well, can we be creative and flexible? Again, for a passive beach, you know, to me, again, I use both Elder and Centennial. And so for me, it's wonderful to go just sit out on Centennial. If I'm hot and I want to get wet, I can walk the high water mark down to Elder, and there I am. That, you know, that is public trust. You can do, down you go.
I don't understand the
Yeah.
correlation.
What I'm trying to say is that I think you will find people that enjoy just the being down on
Right.
Centennial as a passive beach.
Right.
I would presume if this is the way it goes, that we would remove the lock and fob, so it would be no different than people that go down to.
We
Elder
wouldn't remove the gate. It would just be open during park hours.
Right.
But we would still require a beach attendant to make sure that they have their pass.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's an
all we
unbudgeted
said
item.
is it's not a currently budgeted
No, we
item.
understand that.
Yeah.
But I bet there could be flexibility.
So long as the board approves it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have had a lot of closure days.
On Elder?
Just generally, like, so we should be running favorable on beach staffing because of.
But if we're adding a new position, that's something that I would be bringing to the board, because we do that in our staffing plan usually, is to bring any new positions to the board. So it would be something I would absolutely be informing the board of what those costs would be.
So my goal right now is that we really work through some of the open items right now, so that if we need to have a special meeting, not work through them, but we understand the documents. We'll have Adam talk about the documents and so forth. So if we have a special meeting next week, after the village has met, that, you know, it's moved along. So I do want to try and move.
President Gibson, what I would ask too, like if there is a special meeting, we can come back with those costs for additional staffing.
Okay.
What I would also recommend, because there is not very much parking at Centennial, and the village has told us through their boards and committees that there's not enough parking at
Except they
Centennial.
gave us that exception
So.
in the ordinance.
So what might be helpful too is looking at if there's an option for looking at a parking attendant, just in case it does become an issue.
I don't know, that we can talk about. I have some thoughts on how to address that. Because we do have the village that did provide in their ordinance that they would, that the parking at Centennial would be sufficient, so, I don't know, do you ever do, like,
We're
each
going,
class?
we're going through the parking counts now, I believe, based on the entire project as a whole, right? So I don't have, or we don't have those full numbers at this point. I think it would be a good exercise, whether or not the board approves
Okay,
it or
yeah,
wants to do
okay.
it or not,
Got
but
it.
at least so you have that information.
Agreed, agreed. Yes.
So, just to clarify, I mean, because there's going to be 1,000 details that we could get stuck on.
Right.
And I think that what the village is probably looking for from us at this meeting is, conceptually, are we committed to seeing this through and working through those details? So, I mean, if they see that the stanchions are completely insufficient, I presume that they would say, okay, I'm going to bring in the temporary fencing like the Winnetka Music Festival brings in. You know, if they see a problem, I expect that it would be addressed. So I think it's just a question of, you know, are we committed to seeing this through and working through the issues, and they'll be imperfect because it's a pilot, that's the nature of a pilot, or are we going to, you know, nitpick every little issue so that we can't get through it? So I
Yeah,
think
no,
that's,
no.
I think
I don't think-
directionally we need to
I don't
figure
hear
out where
that.
we are.
Yeah, I don't hear that sentiment.
So-
nitpicking.
but-
I think the sentiment is hear what we have to say, and there's an Adam piece to come, and then hear what the village has to say, and then meet again to hear some costs, and then make a decision at the special meeting. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
I don't hear anybody saying a flat no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just got concerns, so.
Absolutely.
So, Adam, are you prepared to talk about the current state of the draft documents?
Sure.
All right. let me pull out
So
what-
I'll start with the First Amendment to the lease.
Okay.
Village and the Park District have had a lease since 1942. Couldn't do the math in my head that fast. Since 1942, where the village leases the northerly-most sliver of the village-owned property that's adjacent to the Park District-owned property to operate a park and a beach. And the lease says that the village won't interfere with the Park District's use of the lease area. So if they're gonna put a dog beach there, we have to amend the lease to permit that interference with the Park District's use of the property. So that's the first substantive section of the amendment in section 3 describes that exception to the lease that allows them to operate the dog beach where they couldn't before. The open issue, at least so far as the village attorney and I are concerned, are the hours. The village understands that there was a conflict with the camp schedule and with drop-off, and they need to make that transition before camp really starts in earnest, so they understood why we moved it to 8:30. They asked us to consider whether we would permit it to be 9 o'clock on weekends, where there might not be a conflict with camp. And so I'm looking for consensus on that right now.
Seems reasonable.
I'm
Seems
fine
very
with it. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Jeff is nodding.
Okay.
Colleen is nodding.
Yeah,
Sandy's
that seems
nodding.
great.
Sure.
I'm
Okay.
nodding.
Yeah,
Just so everybody knows
we've
who's
got-
nodding.
we've got 7
Doesn't
eyes.
show
Yeah.
up
Or
in the
6
minutes.
eyes.
I haven't heard any objections.
Yes.
Okay.
Under the lease, because we are using their property, there's an indemnity provision that's been in there forever. Because they're gonna start using it for the dog beach, we added a reciprocal indemnity provision. We tried to make it as reciprocal as we could without renegotiating the whole agreement.
Right.
So, unless you have very specific questions about it, that was the goal we were trying to accomplish. Section 4 of the amendment emphasizes what I talked about a little earlier. The only place that dogs can use the Park District property is the parking lot. Other than the parking lot to get to Tower at all, they have to go onto village property and stay on village property.
Are we gonna lose a window? I think, oh, these are big kids too. And at least I'm short enough that it isn't gonna hit me in the back of the head when it comes through the window. Just to point out.
This has never happened. by
No,
the way.
this is never
yeah.
happened.
I don't
This
know
is
if
multiple
you've
times.
done it. It's never
I mean,
happened.
8 years, it's never happened.
Okay.
Yeah. We may have to rethink some placement there. Okay, I'm
You know,
scooching down.
We are doing a
I-
master
I-
plan.
As part of the conversations that I understand have occurred, we have expressed very plainly that there cannot be any dogs running around the playground at any time of day. That was a high-level safety concern that's been expressed to the village. And then, really, the biggest remaining open issue, well, I'll save that for a minute. The trial period is scheduled to expire September 7th. It does grant the parties the opportunity to come to agreement to continue it. The length of that continuance is an open issue. And we are clear that by doing nothing, it doesn't automatically renew. Like, there has to be an affirmative mutual yes for it to continue. The last issue that's really the most important issue that's open right now, you got an email from President Dearborn about this today. What process would be required to terminate the trial? We've gone back and forth on this a number of times, the village attorney and I have. And we've agreed that it would be an administrative decision instead of having to have special meetings to terminate the trial. We've agreed tentatively that it would have to only be for a material health and safety reason. And we've agreed that before a termination would occur, there would at least have to be an opportunity for village manager Kazinas and Director Nizal to talk, meet and confer. The question is whether or not either party has a unilateral right to terminate it, or if it has to be a mutual decision. More than one of you expressed that you had safety concerns because the stanchions are like movie theater barriers instead of like a real barrier. You know, the village has expressed that they don't want to cancel because someone forgets to pick up after their dog. I've expressed in return that to disabuse them of any misunderstanding, I don't think that our safety concerns necessarily need to rise to the level of a bite. It might be less than a bite that causes us to
Correct.
have grave concerns.
I'm not waiting for an incident.
Right. So this is really the crux of the issue on the amendment. So I'd open the floor and answer any questions, but otherwise I'll let you debate.
May I ask a question? As I understood, this area, and this is for the executive director, this area is not where people swim. That in fact, normally, or at least in past years, I've seen we've had actually ropes that restrict swimmers to this southern area of Tower Beach. Am I incorrect on that?
In the northern.
Oh, did I do it again?
Yeah.
Did I do it again?
So,
Well, it's
The Park District area.
So as far as this area, I mean, it goes right against the pier itself, where we know that there to be rip current type issues. So we don't have swimming right against that area, no.
Right, that's what I thought. That, and we don't know that there are riptide issues. We are concerned that there may be. A study was never done to evaluate whether that was an issue.
I
We
think you
talked
can
about
see
that.
the erosion.
We talked about this, but we never had any sort of study done or evaluation. It was just, this is back in 21 and 22.
Yeah, but I think you can see the erosion, which comes from the current, from the water running up against that
Perhaps,
seawall.
perhaps,
You can see the erosion.
perhaps.
Costa?
If I can note also the Dog Beach concept plan, Colleen, that you handed out, you'll notice future breakwater proposals for a
Right.
breakwater and a groin structure because of that rip current. So the consideration at that time for the sketch also took that in consideration, that those should be developments to help protect the safety of that southern section of Tower Road Beach because of that concern with rip currents.
But I was rip currents or erosion.
Commissioner Tyson?
Would it be possible to have Taylor post the map up on the screen while we talk about this, so everybody has kind of a visual?
Taylor, are you able to do that? We've got copies.
Or
Or
no,
just
it's the
pull up
same.
what
It's
you
the
say.
same as what.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's perfect.
So,
Because my concern is not the southern barrier, it's the lack of a northern barrier.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. I'm concerned
Yeah,
about.
the north,
Yeah.
there is no northern barrier.
Yeah.
It's the line in the sand.
There's
Yeah.
a stanchion.
Literally.
Yeah. Now, does the implementation plan say that they will have 2 people there? I think that they'll have 1 person down below, and they're planning on having 1 person up top to make sure that dog owners have their dogs leashed and that they're proceeding down the Tower Road and not the stairway, and they're not heading to our Park District property.
The idea is that they would have multiple staff. I believe it's something that they would be contracting out
Right.
to a security firm.
Yeah.
I don't have any information on what that scope actually looks like, so I couldn't be for
Right.
certain.
Right. Commissioner Rath?
I think it might be helpful to probe on that a little bit, because they have that contract with Protective Services, which is supposed to be delivering a value proposition of consistent staff. Or they, you know, like, I think it would just be good to understand.
Oh, I agree.
Because, I mean, I feel like there's a difference between the Protective Services people and then, like, the Southern person who was at Cherry Street, for example.
I agree.
Commissioner Koda?
In answer to Adam's question, what are the reasons for termination, the meaningful reasons? I would say breaches. And I would say if there are more than 3, then we have to come up with a better barrier.
Breaches of the implementation plan.
Like, no, dogs breaching
The
the
barrier.
barrier, the stanchions. If there are more than 3 and they can't contain them, then we've got to go to a different fence system. We've got to go to a different barrier system. Because I think 3 strikes and you're out. And it also is, it's a failure of a dog owner, it's a failure of a dog, and it's a failure of a supervisory person down there to contain that dog. So I would say for me, if there are 3 breaches, I do not want to bite, I do not want any sort of event, I do not want an incident. What I do want is for them to understand very seriously that there will be a fence or it will be closed if there are breaches. And I don't know what the right
Wait a
number
minute,
is.
So I'll rephrase it. I think you're saying if there are three episodes where a dog escapes the stanchions, you would initially suspend the operation of the beach until they replace the barrier. And if it continues to happen, you would lean toward termination.
Correct.
I'm sorry I missed Commissioner Koto's comments. My question is, who is going to be at the beach at 6 a.m. through 8:30 to see if a dog runs beyond? Are we going to have staff, or are we going to ask the village to have staff?
The village would have staff.
Okay. And they are going to be taking names? I mean, I tend, to me, a dog-friendly area means that you have a dog can run free as long as the owner is controlling the dog. And so I've always had, I'm somewhat pleased to see that we're talking about safety as Park District safety rather than the Illinois Animal Control Act or the Cook County Animal Control Ordinance. Because the definition of a dog-friendly area is one where the owner is taking control of their dog. That it's recognized as an area where a dog can run free and the owner is taking care of the dog. So again, through my years on Centennial, I have yet to see a situation where if a dog starts to run, the owner doesn't go after that dog.
Then it shouldn't be an issue.
Situations. We've had it. We've had it this summer. Yeah.
I think the concern
It has
is.
been alleged, but do you have the evidence that shows that?
Alleged I know you're saying it's been alleged by some people, but we've had a ranger who had to address a dog that was swimming at Elder. I don't know if the dog came over from Centennial. The dog owner was there, and as the ranger was saying to the dog owner, this isn't for dogs here. Your
Right.
dog can't be in the
That
water.
was Elder, right.
And you need to have that dog on a leash. The dog came out of the water and jumped on the ranger.
Again, that was Elder, that was not Centennial.
No, I'm saying it's Elder, but the dog came over from Centennial.
Well, do we know that?
These arguments are, why is it the opposite now that we're at Tower versus Centennial? The opposite of this argument was argued at Centennial. Like, you know, these dogs, it's not safe, and the dog on the stairs is gonna attack everybody, and now we're at Tower and there's no problem. The dog can run anywhere, it can run north as long as the owner's there.
You
Why is
don't
it the
have
opposite?
stairs. You have a large road. It's not stairs.
A road with chemical trucks
Okay,
on it. and-
let's stay on topic.
So-
Adam has
so-
asked us what
I just want us to all,
situations-
like,
yeah.
everyone be on the same page with the same rules at the different places.
Correct. I agree.
Otherwise, it's all nonsense.
Yeah, I agree.
So can I?
Yes.
I liked Christina's idea of kind of
A metric. of some
a
sort.
metric, but also maybe that 3, you might want to time bound that, 3 in a week, 3 in a couple.
3 strikes. That's it.
It's a pilot, it's already time bound.
That's it. I like the idea of then having, okay, if the stanchions don't work, then you put in snow fencing with a little gate, or, you know, like, there are ways to solve, if that's the problem, there are ways for staff to work together to solve it during the pilot period.
But if it still continues, then you just have to close it, and then you have to come up with a different solution.
Could we not suggest temporary fencing, whether it's construction or whatever, on the north side of this dock beach? That maybe it's rolled out during the day and rolled back. You know, we're talking about a 2.5-hour period here. To me,
I think what Commissioner Cotto has done is she's taken what they've proposed and said, very well, we'll give it a go. And if it doesn't work, and her definition of it not working is if we have 3 incidents where dogs have moved outside of the stanchions, then let's consider something like that.
very good. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner Cotto.
I like it, let's move on.
So does that mean, as long as they're willing to agree to the metrics or the test, we would agree to a mutual termination?
If they're, I think Commissioner Root raises a good point. Who's reporting? I would like to think that we can rely on their employees to correctly report a breach. I'd like to think we don't have to put someone down there to monitor them to, you know, true up that unfortunate incident. So, number 1, we've got to stress that, you know, reporting has to be accurate. Number 2, if there are 3 breaches, I would say we need a fence. I mean, like a mutual termination, if the consequence of 3 breaches is a different action. The consequence of 3 breaches is either you add more fence or we.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
So, but I would also take it a
Costa.
little farther.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, go ahead.
it's compliance with the other rules too. We can't have dogs, I've seen this at Centennial multiple times where dogs jump out of the car, they don't have a leash on, and then they just, you know, head down to the beach. So it's, you know, in the parking lot and heading down Tower Road, the dogs have to be leashed. And if that just happens repeatedly that they're not, I don't think that there's a, you know, I'm not sure what metric we have. We could have if it happens more than 3 times, we're done kind of thing. But, you know, there's no fenced, you know, alternative there or whatever.
No, I mean, then it doesn't work there because you can't control the access. And if people aren't gonna abide by keeping their dog on a leash all the way through the parking lot and all the way down the road, then fair enough. Costa had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Costa.
And I apologize, I know this is board discussion, but I think this might help maybe lend some light. I would suggest the fact that the dog cresting and going beyond the extensions will happen day one. Let's be realistic. The dogs will roam to where they feel free. The extensions are probably going to be 3 foot high. It's a rope area or a tape area, whatever. They're going to get past that. But do you put that earnest on that one person that might spoil it for the bunch, or do you track that individual who is not abiding by the rules, where others might be abiding by the rules, keeping their dog on leash from their car down to the site and then accessing off leash when they hit the site, and have the village staff member, contracted, whoever it might be, track the individual with their fob as they enter to notify, okay, that individual has 3 strikes.
That's a good
Versus
refinement.
the
That's a good
entire pilot program being canceled off of the 3-strike rule out of the gate potentially, because I feel that that barrier will be crested often, just in my personal opinion of owning dogs. So just a
You're
thought.
saying the same dog 3 times. I'm like.
The owner of that dog,
Right.
their pass then gets revoked
Right.
from the pilot program.
Right, but
Just a
that's a
thought.
different, that's a different consequence from closing the.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, but it's.
Because maybe it's an individual or two that are not abiding by the rules and spoiling it for everybody else who is trying to make this work and has good responsibility of their
I
dogs.
got it, I got that.
Just a thought.
refinement. Yeah, I understand.
Following the process that you're tentatively following, we will communicate that we are willing to consider defined triggers and put the ball back in their court for their special meeting. So we will have it something, so they can react to that. I mean, there's only so much that the village attorney and I can do without getting feedback from the elected
Right,
officials.
right.
And so this is helpful.
So where did we end up on this? Did we end up that if the same dog breaches 3 times, then they lose their ability to go to the dog beach? Or is it, if it's breached 3 times, then they have to put up a different fence, or is it both?
I think with the individual dog, that's an administrative thing that would have to be, is separate from the lease itself, because that would be an individual use.
Right.
That we would, they could determine that, sorry, you don't have access anymore.
Right.
By their rules of
Right.
using their dog area. So those are 2 different things.
Okay.
That's not something that really would be a lease thing.
Okay, so the lease thing is if we have, I understand Costa's point. I think that what you've just said, if I understand it correctly, is not exactly consistent with Costa's point, which is why punish all the dogs if, and we're not really punishing all the dogs. We're just saying you need better fencing because clearly it doesn't work. But I also don't want to have, we're just going to pull the fobs from 4 people because we've had 12 breaches. That just seems too much too. So I'm not really sure where we're ending up here.
Number 1, repeat offenders, 3 breaches, same dog, their fobs are pulled. That's one consequence.
Is a breach them going past that red line?
Yes.
I think yes.
Which is where
Yeah.
the stanchions will be, yeah.
Yeah, I think yes. And then the second thing is, more than 3 breaches total, I think you have a conversation. They need a better fence.
You need a better fence, okay.
A fence, yeah. You need a vinyl coated black.
How many,
fence.
Don't say it.
not to be a smart aleck, but how many breaches are there gonna be on day 1?
Probably 5.
52.
Yeah.
All of them?
I think that you need to.
That's why you call it a pilot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Commissioner Carley, may I ask a question? How often do you go to Centennial Dog Beach?
It's not, let's stay on topic.
No, the reason I ask that is I go quite a lot. And in the time that I'm there, I don't see this.
How often does my neighbor's dog run on my lawn and poop there when they're outside with the dog, like every day, so?
You ought to talk to your neighbor.
Okay, let's move on, because I do want to get, I want to get to the
Neighbor's pilot program
ordinance.
is canceled.
Do you have any,
So
I did, but now I
Okay.
can't remember.
Okay,
The
can we
other-
move
Can I
to?
just do a point of order quick?
Yes.
that clock, the minutes are
It's
tracking.
stopped.
No, I know.
But it's 6.
I'm like,
Okay, I
is
just want to make
time
sure.
really going that slowly?
Yeah, no, the minutes are good.
Unbelievable.
It's 9 o'clock.
I haven't looked, it's 10
It's
o'clock.
2 minutes
or
to
I
nine.
just
It's
didn't,
nine.
I just didn't
Okay.
want
Just so
people,
everyone knows.
you know,
We've got
To think
Andrew
we're
and Greg
making
back there, they're
amazing
falling
progress and it's
asleep.
only 6.
I can address the ordinance fairly quickly, I think.
okay, let's,
So, we've talked in the past about the Cook County Animal Control Ordinance, we're defining a dog-friendly area as needing to be entirely encapsulated or surrounded through controls on each side. The village is willing to exercise their home rule authority to adopt an ordinance that conflicts with the county ordinance. And under the Illinois Constitution, provided that the subject matter that they're exercising their power in, it relates to their local government and affairs, the local ordinance would control over the county ordinance. So they are going to assert their home rule power and adopt a rule only as it relates to Tower Road Beach to say that they can operate an off-leash dog beach there according to the administrative rules that will be adopted. The hours issue we've already addressed. And then on the zoning issue, the transfer of the dog operations from Centennial to Tower raised questions as to whether or not the Park District would be deemed to have forfeited the continuation of the dog beach at Centennial during the trial. And the village has agreed to not treat it as a forfeiture, abandonment, or termination. If the trial is ended, we can restart the dog beach in the same manner we have been doing it the last couple of years without going through a zoning process, without filing an application, without going through hearings. It is going to be grandfathered in during the life of the trial.
But it's so there will either be Centennial on-leash dog beach, or there will be Tower off-leash dog beach. They will not run at the same time?
Correct.
Okay.
But
And if we go back, if the pilot fails and we go back to Centennial, we go back as an on-leash dog beach?
Correct.
Thank you.
And there's nothing stopping us from doing that. We can just turn it on. This Centennial on-leash dog beach.
The
It's
termination of the
If the
pilot.
parties don't agree to continue the trial after September 7th, we can invite on-leash dogs back to Centennial without asking for a permit from the village.
Okay, so there's a decision point. Do we continue beyond September 7th?
We've determined.
We have to terminate that. Okay.
And because the lease amendment provides that the parties can agree how long that extension continues, if you guys do agree to continue the pilot, the zoning rights that we have run concurrently with the length of the pilot, however long the pilot is.
Okay.
And that's the ordinance.
So,
Oh, and
guess-
sorry. The ordinance does say that Centennial is a passive beach without any boating or swimming.
right.
And that happens upon the
Dog,
opening of the dog beach at Tower?
correct.
Okay, okay.
So I guess it comes to now, we have to make a decision. I did hear sort of favorable thoughts toward maybe having a special meeting next week once some of the issues like the Perderma issue and so forth have been flushed out. And also once the village has sort of taken on their action. Is that the case?
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see another way to,
Yeah.
Right.
to
Yeah.
act.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
Jeff?
Agreed, nodded, agreed.
Okay, so,
Just want to get it on the record, because if we don't say it, then nobody hears it.
should we try and set up the special meeting now?
We can.
Okay, because, all right.
We just need 48 hours.
You got to
Okay.
notice it.
Just double check.
So it'll be Thursday or Friday before July 4th.
I would say,
2 years ago.
I would say, we could do it as soon as Wednesday, because we'll have the information from the board
Village
meeting. And I know, I do have to say, you know, again, I want to recognize that the village has put a lot of work into this, and Bob Dearborn has expressed urgency in getting it done. So, may I have a motion to direct staff to continue discussions with the village? However, no action shall be taken by the Park District until the Village Council has approved the necessary ordinance, lease amendment, implementation plan, and related documents, after which the matter shall return to the board for consideration, like what time on the 1st?
What time do you
Yeah.
want to
4
come in?
p.m.
4.
4
Or,
p.m.
okay, for consideration on July 1st at for consideration at a special board meeting, on July 1st at 4 PM.
Can we make it 4:30?
So moved. Say it again.
4:30?
4:30?
4:30.
Okay.
4:30.
Oh, Adam.
So
Okay.
moved. Second?
Second.
All right, and that's a roll call vote, Saba.
Okay. So can I just ask one? Adam, will you have the Park District ordinances that we would need to change to execute this? Like the ones that we,
They're on the agenda tonight.
Well, they are,
not,
Subject to amendment.
Right.
so it's just that one?
The subject, yeah, that's just.
Okay, okay. Sorry.
We'll have to modify it.
So everybody's assignment is to go to the village meeting or to listen to the village meeting. And since it probably is going to be posted later, I would suggest we all go to hear this discussion.
yeah. I
And
did
sit
think about that.
Spread
yeah.
apart.
Yeah.
Because, no, because otherwise you get an open meeting
All right,
violation.
all right.
They have control. So I have seen sometimes meetings posted,
True, but I don't
like in the
wanna-
evening
yeah,
or early,
yeah.
so I think.
I get it, but
Yeah.
I would just say.
All right,
All right,
so,
vote.
The agenda is not published for the special meeting yet. It's noticed but not published.
It'd probably be posted tomorrow, Friday.
That's what I was thinking. Usually
Yeah.
they're posted in the morning.
but I know Bob told.
So do we want to make that a condition?
What, that they actually have a meeting to approve? Yeah, I guess,
I
well,
mean,
it does, it is a condition.
Why are we getting together then?
No, it is a
Yeah.
condition,
Might have other
because it says
reasons.
no action shall be taken by the Park District until the village council has approved the necessary, so.
Okay, got it.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Koto,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
President Gibson.
Yes,
The motion passes.
okay. All right, I have to apologize to staff that is, you know, they're probably poking their eyes out after hearing all the discussion. But we are now moving on to the Winnetka Ice Arena. Oh, this is for Costa. This is the Winnetka Ice Arena Facility Request Review.
President Gibson, thank you. As requested at the May 28th Park Board meeting, the Park Board did request to have this as an continued agenda item moving forward, as well as an update in the weekly reports. So tonight, I just want to give an update on where things are at. As noted in the discussion of the memorandum, staff have completed a virtual call with the Winnetka Hockey Club representative, as long as their representatives from the Nicholas Group. Paul Schwartz and I were able to attend on that call and discuss the items that we basically covered at the Park Board meeting, the logistical concerns around the current infrastructure, stormwater related and so forth, concerns around site accessibility, site continued flow for traffic and things of that nature, and other items outstanding as it relates to upcoming things that we'll have to review and survey, parking studies, soil borings, and so forth. The park board did, or excuse me, the park district staff did ask for the Winnetka Hockey Club to work with their consultants at this time, or the Nicholas Group, who is providing their services to them, to come back with a list of items suggesting the next steps moving forward in this process, all the way through building development. So we are looking to have a meeting with them with information to be had probably in about a week or two. They're going to bring back that information to staff. In the meantime, the park board liaisons are scheduled to meet with park district staff on Monday, the 29th, to kind of bring up to speed on the project and where things are at, and then ask and answer any additional questions that those liaisons might have at this time. The other thing to make note of is it was also suggested by the park board to have this path run congruent with the Skokie Playfield Campus Master Plan in regards to the outreach and the understanding of what that is. So that was something that has already been shared with the Lakota Group. They are aware of that. We are working on ways to combine that in the upcoming meeting materials, including open houses that are forthcoming. So additional information will be provided and shared once available. For right now, that's the update, and I can answer any questions that the board has at this time. Thank you.
Anyone have questions? No?
Thank you for the update.
I think we're good. Thanks, Costa.
I have a question for our hockey liaison. As we are investing staff time and taxpayer money in looking at this, in your meeting, the first meeting that you have with the hockey club, can you please tie down this financial commitment for the $40-odd million and come back to the board and confirm that absolutely the details associated with that?
I'll attempt to.
Well, it's not so much attempting, it's, there was a presentation, there was basically a statement that this has happened. And yet I think before we invest a whole lot more of time and energy, we need to have some confirmation on that.
I don't disagree with you, but by the same token, I think the process is more of a dance, because it's hard to get a commitment when you don't have a development, when it's such a nascent idea and development. So it's going to be sort of a dance. I would be happy to express the concern and that, we would like insight into this sooner than later, but I don't think it's realistic for them to say, yeah, for sure, we have a solid financial commitment, when they're like, but we have no idea what we're building here. So remember that we don't even know that we want to build what they planned in front of us, with basketball courts and everything. We haven't
No, I understand
signed on
that.
any of that.
President Gibson, I understand, but I'm simply saying that there was a presentation here, and there was a statement, a very definite statement, and Commissioner Seaman reiterate that on numerous occasions, saying it's free, it's free, it's free. I'm simply saying that as you are meeting, I think that is a very important first step, to say, where is this money? Who has this money? And I think we, as a board, have a duty to explore that sooner rather than later.
Can I make a quick comment? In regards to the meeting on Monday, the 29th, that is not with any representation from the Winnetka Hockey Club. That's an internal meeting with the liaisons to discuss. Just wants a point of clarification.
Yeah, she just means whenever there is a first meeting.
The other comment that I would make is that we made a commitment to them that we would spend this amount of staff time, and until that amount of staff time is used up, then we have that commitment to them. And then at that point, I think that's a very pertinent question. I don't need to know the who. I mean, these are people who have constructed things in the past, and we have made the commitment to do the staff time. We will only be out the staff time if they fall apart in the financing.
All right. I think that's all for there. Now we're moving on to mission, vision, values update. And this is E.D. Nozal.
Okay, so we are coming back to this item since our last meeting. I took some comments from commissioners, and you have those in your packet as well. What I also did too, on the attachment, I included for both the mission and vision, the current one, what was presented at the last meeting, the two comments that are items that I received from two different commissioners, and then I also added another option that was based on the comments made at the meeting to address some of the concerns that came up. So based on that, you have those in front of you. Also at the last meeting, it was talked to, once the options were brought back to the board, to then issue a survey to the public to give them the opportunity to select what they would be interested in, whether it's the current one, the one that staff provided, the one the commissioner provided, another option, whatever that may be.
What form will you use for that survey?
I'd probably SurveyMonkey, something like that.
Okay.
It's not going to be statistically valid, it's just going
Right.
to be something that
And
we
you'll
send
send
out.
that out to all households that are part of the Winnetka Park
We'll
District?
we'll send it out to our entire email list. We'll post it on our social media, those types of things.
Is there a way to monitor against multiple entries by?
We can restrict SurveyMonkey to, or whether it's Constant Contact or SurveyMonkey, you can restrict it by IP address.
Can we number the current item one? I'd like to see a show of hands, just from this board, which one they prefer. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I would number the current number 1, staff number 2, commissioner comment number 3, and then based on meeting comments number 4. And then I'd just love to see a show of hands on this board, which one you people would prefer. So the current is number 1. So raise your hand if you prefer.
Can we vote twice?
Yeah, you can vote.
Okay.
You can vote for all the acceptable.
I'm not sure I
ones.
totally understand the.
I'm just trying to figure out which one has the most traction with this board.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, which of the
Yeah.
mission
Okay.
statements?
So
Sorry.
you can vote
There we go.
for you can vote for 2. How's that?
And are we looking at mission first?
Yeah, mission first.
Okay.
So 1 is current, 2 is staff, 3 is commissioner comment, and 4 is based on meeting comments.
Okay.
Who likes the current one? 4 people on this board, okay. Who likes the staff one? Okay, 0. Who likes the commissioner one? 3. And who likes the based on meeting comments one? 3. Okay. It's not binding, just curious. I think the key phrase to me seems to be open space, because that's in all the 3 ones that our group has selected. And then updating leisure, which is an antiquated word, to recreation.
May I speak to that, please?
What, updating leisure?
No, yes, because I did some research, and it appears that there are a number of institutions of higher learning that still offer degrees in leisure, in recreation and leisure studies. In fact, I found 14 just on a cursory review. So, I'm curious as to why these institutions, one being Southern Illinois University, are offering these degrees if leisure is adequate.
Okay.
Just a comment.
Thank you. All right, so may I have a motion to direct staff to conduct a public survey on, I think we could, on the 4, is it 4?
There are 4 on there, yes.
Yeah, 4 mission and vision options presented and returned to the board at the July regular meeting with the survey results.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's a roll call vote, Sally.
Can I?
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry. I'm getting, it's
A little-
it's
little tipsy.
6:20. It's 6:20.
Tipsy. 6:20 up here.
All right, discussion.
another 6 hours.
Can I make a motion to amend that to remove number 2 that does not include open space?
We're asking, you can make that motion.
Okay.
I will second that motion.
And then we vote on the amended motion. Is that how it works?
Yep.
Yep, okay. Roll call vote?
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Coto?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
President Gibson?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you. So now we're just doing 3.
Yeah, I think that's better. We're getting lynched to give away open space.
And the same is true with the vision. You want to take 2 out also?
Yeah, I guess that's right. Okay.
Motions.
Okay. So we are now moving on to 5.5, zoning considerations for the Park District. And Commissioner Rapp, this is your addition to the agenda.
Yes, thank you. I wanted this placed on the agenda because we had our special board meeting. There was reference to providing clear written guidance. It was not fully identified how that was happening. I believe that the village said that they were planning to take up further discussion on that in July, so I wanted to be clear on what we had provided them and have a chance to discuss it ahead of them discussing it.
Okay, I misunderstood that. Did we say we were going to provide something to the village, or were we just going to have it be an internal document?
I provided our classifications from the CMP to the village.
Oh, okay. But that's it? So what were you talking about?
The minutes said that there would be some kind of clear written
Okay, so-
communication.
so she
So
said
Shannon,
that, yeah.
well, that was
Okay,
new,
that's-
that
okay,
was
that's-
new
all right.
information.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, no, so,
Okay.
and then my other question is, who is representing the Park District in this zoning thing? I'm assuming that it's Adam, but it was not 100% clear from our special meeting either.
When we had that conversation, it was it was President Gibson and I, and then President Dearborn and Manager Kazinas, that we had that initial zoning conversation.
I don't remember that. I'm obviously blanking. I don't remember
Do you
that.
want a motion to authorize people? I would say it's you 2 plus Adam and Kazinas, Dearborn plus Friedman.
No,
I mean, it's going to be on there.
I mean, I
and,
just-
But the village is, I guess what are we expecting to happen? They're going to have a meeting, they're going to have a public hearing, there's going to be feedback on text amendments.
I think
So
that's-
how are we getting consensus amongst ourselves as a
Right.
board on what we say, number
Right.
one, and number two, who is representing us? I mean, it would make sense for the board president to represent us, but it's unclear in terms of council who is, I'm assuming it's Adam, but it was not clear in the
Yeah,
special meeting
don't
who
know.
that was, so I
Okay.
just,
Well, I'm just thinking through the process there. It seems to me that we will wait to see what the village prepares and submits to, what the village council, reviews in July. And then at that point, I would think that we would have council review it and discuss it with us, and as a board, we would take a position, and then we would share that position with the village.
Adam, what's the timing of public hearing, notice, adoption? Because for a couple other things, they're usually,
Friday, Tuesday.
no, they're.
Sometimes they're longer.
It's longer,
Yeah.
yeah.
We've seen the village rush and we've seen the village go slow. I mean, like when they did the steep slope ordinance, they had several study sessions and then they adopted it. When they did the overlay district, they did it virtually overnight. I say that objectively.
The lakefront overlay.
Lakefront overlay district,
The
right.
original, the existing one.
So, I don't want to speak out of turn. I think they've expressed that they want participation from the school and the park and the library. So hopefully they'll build time into their system to have a study session first and then get feedback from the stakeholders.
Okay.
So that's possible. That's something they have done in other circumstances.
But that feedback from the stakeholders, we being one of them, is something that the board would discuss, and then we would authorize you to prepare the feedback, or how would that be?
Or you could have a committee, we could continue with the same group of people who started talking about the IGA.
Okay.
It's flexible.
All right, so you suspect that actually what the village will want is a face-to-face meeting on concerns and thoughts and questions?
They'll at least solicit
Okay.
some feedback. I don't know what form they're
Okay.
wanting it in.
All right.
So the view is that we will have time to meet
I
ahead
can't-
of that.
I have not talked to the
Most
village
likely.
attorney about the schedule they're gonna have, but
Can you talk to him?
yeah, I
You're
can.
talking
of
to
course.
him to
I'm gonna
ask
talk to
the
him tomorrow.
question.
I'm gonna talk to him
Okay.
tomorrow.
Talk to him like all day long.
Yeah.
So that was my intent on putting it on the agenda, was to make sure that it was not like an unprepared surprise, that we needed to come up with our position and feedback and collectively discuss again.
Okay.
And also clarify who is advancing it from a council standpoint.
Okay, all right. Do you feel like we need a motion on that, or we just discussed it and that's fine?
I feel,
I think
It's-
it's
it's
just getting
Adam.
more information.
we're gonna get more
Okay.
information.
All right, good.
If,
All right.
if there's something earth-shattering that comes up
Okay,
before Wednesday, it's a special, we already have a special meeting scheduled or identified.
okay.
It'll be okay.
Got it.
It's just when these things come up on a Friday and then it's like, oh my God, it's happening on Tuesday, like
Right.
it becomes hard
Right.
for us to,
Particularly in the summer.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, July 1, that's July 1, Wednesday.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, now we're moving on to new business, and we're in section 6.1, 2027 budget preparation timeline, and Malik, this is you.
Look, it's only 6:25.
Thank you, President Gibson. For the 2027 budget preparation process, staff will seek guidance and direction from the Board of Commissioners. The preliminary 2027 Winnetka Park District budget process timeline. I broke everything down in phases, and then also I'll just talk about the key dates on the actual timeline. So phase 1, budget planning and department budget development. On June 25th, which is today, of course, we are presenting the process timeline and goals to the staff and Board of Commissioners. On July 23rd, which is our next board meeting, we'll have the preliminary 2027 budget discussion with the Board of Commissioners to establish budget philosophy and provide direction for development. On September 24th, in phase 1, the board will be presented with the fee schedule proposed for 2027. And then going into phase 2, administrative review and budget refinement during the time of August 24th through September 15, 2026. Finance Department Executive Directors and Superintendent will review all departmental budget submissions. Moving on to phase 3, which is page 2, which is the long-range financial and capital planning for September 14th through September 18th. Internally, we'll review the 2027 through 2031 long-range capital improvement plan. On September 24th, there will be a presentation to the board for the long-range plan for the dates of, or for the years of 2027 through 2031. Moving on to phase 4, which is business unit budget review. On October 8th, there's a special board meeting, and during that special board meeting, we'll discuss budget unit budget presentations, which includes recreation, golf, tennis, platform tennis, and ice arena. Moving on to phase 5, which is corporate and capital budget review. On October 22nd, 2026 is our regular board meeting. We will present the corporate services and capital budget presentations. On that day, you'll also receive the budget books for review. Moving on to phase 6, which is budget finalization, tax levy process, public hearing, and budget adoption. On November 5th, there'll be a special board meeting. It'll be a presentation of the commissioner's recommended budget. And also during that time, we'll discuss the tax levy ordinance and supporting documentation with the board members. On November 19th, 2026, board consideration and approval of the 2026 tax levy ordinance and supplemental tax levy ordinance as well. November 23rd, we'll have a publication of legal notice for the public budget hearing in accordance with Illinois law. And then on December 3rd will be a public hearing of the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. On December 17th, which is our final board meeting of the year, board adoption of the fiscal year 2027 budget and appropriation ordinance. And then our final date, which is December 29th, is the deadline to file the approved 2026 tax levy with Cook County. In conclusion, staff recommends the commissioners review the timeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your explanation in the pre-board meetings. Thank you for putting all these dates on our calendar so that we can plan our vacations accordingly.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. No, because around
it.
Thanksgiving and Christmas, it always gets, it just sneaks up on you and you don't want to miss a budget meeting. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Does anyone have questions or comments? No? I think so.
Yeah, I mean, well, just one quick comment. Like I said in the pre-board meeting, this is awesome to have this full schedule ahead of time, so we
Yeah.
can all start thinking about it early. Yep.
Commissioner?
I just want to note that I had a bunch of comments in the pre-board meeting that I've made previously on previous iterations of the budget, so I can summarize those for Edie Nizal's benefit in one place, but there was nothing, I think, surprising. The only thing that I wanted to feed back in this meeting to our golf liaisons is just making sure that the golf input is timely with our budget process, because I know sometimes that's been a challenge. So just making sure that in like maybe sharing the dates. And the only thought that I've had since our pre-board meeting is just engagement with the affiliate partners, so that, because it wasn't listed as a task, but I think just thinking about the platform tennis group, making sure that they are proactively engaged with the budget so that, it's clear what's in, what's out, what the plan is for some of the major capitals, I think would be beneficial.
Okay. All right. We are now moving on to, sorry guys, Section 6.2, the Tower Road Park Playground Replacement.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're here to present the Tower Road Park Playground replacement and proposed renovation of that play area. So just getting going, we're going to kind of go over the agenda. First, we'll talk about existing conditions. Andrew will touch on that. The participating team members that got us to where we are and kind of where we're going. Our concept development process and how we took community input and helped drive a lot of the plans. And then that, of course, goes in hand with community engagement sessions that we had, design development proposal that we received from the firm that we're working with, and then staff refinement and review. And then lastly, we'll talk about the path to completion.
There it goes. All right, so existing conditions. What you're seeing here right now is the current tower playground, which was installed in 2003. Compan is the manufacturer of this playground. Up top is our 2 to 5 play area, which the boardwalk that goes north-south, this would be found on the east side of it. In the bottom left, you're looking at the 5 to 12 play structure, which is just on the west side of that boardwalk. And then on the bottom right, you're looking at our one little spray pole feature that will hopefully be a little bit more updated. But as you can see, over the years, we've had to make a number of adjustments. We've had to put some boards in the front there to try and bridge the gap and whatnot. So, yeah, it's a couple decades old. It's a little bit tired. We've put a lot of work into trying to keep it running and an amenity to the public, but it's getting a little bit old and tired.
One thing to note is the amount of poured in place surfacing and access. That'll come up in further discussions.
Yeah, Greg will talk on that a little bit further as far as the percentages, but what you see here with the poured in place and what we're referring to is that rubber surfacing. It only encompasses about 35.5% of the entire play area. Like I said, Greg will go in a little bit more detail about that, but I think it's important to note at the start of the presentation as it relates to our intentions with the new playground that we're proposing. Back one? Oh, how do I go back? There you go. Okay, and then just to go over the participating team, most importantly, the community. Costa Catulus, obviously our Director of Parks and Maintenance, Greg Fields, our Superintendent of Parks, myself, Parks Operations Manager, and then we worked with Rick Schramm, who is still giving us some time before he's out as our landscape architect. Elisa and team supporting recreation staff, and then our design firm that we've been working with, which is New Toys and Landscape Structures. I'll advance this one. I don't know if this is getting goofy.
And just to touch about our concept development process, what's differed with this process versus what we've done in the past is with several of the playgrounds that I've been involved with in my tenure here is the design work was done in-house with our landscape architect, whereas now we're working with New Toys and Landscape Structures to do a design build. So it would be a designed, built, and installed through that process and through a Sourcewell contract. So thus far, we've worked with them through the iterations, the initial ones, getting all the community input, and then we're putting together basically a plan.
So just for clarification, they're not providing architectural engineering services. They're just providing playground design services.
Playground design. There will eventually be construction drawings eventually, once we sign up, if we sign up with them, or if we sign on the dotted line.
Design build is a term of art,
Mhm.
and there's a design and build process in the Park District Code.
Yeah.
We are not pursuing that.
Right.
We will not pursue that.
Right.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we are careful about how we describe it, because in the Park District Code, it means something specific.
Understood. Part of that was also going through the pros and cons of the existing design, seeing where some of the pitfalls were. A lot of that was talking with staff, getting input seeing where some of the areas could be improved. Shade structures was something that came up. Seating, making sure that the families have a place to sit around the playground. And then accessibility was a big driving factor with the design. Of course, we did discuss with the rec department program usage and how that would be affected and sort of the flow of the area. And so that was those were conversations that were had as well. Adherence to current ADA standards with the opportunity to replace the playground is a way to make sure that we are in adherence with all current ADA standards. And also, maintenance and repair is definitely taken into consideration as far as the design and how easily it is to, one, the selection of landscape structures, which we'll get into a little bit more, because that is a supplier of playground equipment that we prefer. It is easier to get parts than some of our other playgrounds. They're having some standardization as far as fasteners and stuff makes repairing things easier. So there's a lot of consideration as far as maintenance, repair, parts availability in the design as well. And quality goes along with that. And then lastly, community engagement was a big part of this as well, and we'll get into that in the next slides.
All right, so community engagement, we tried to do a number of things with our community engagement. We worked with our marketing team, and we got stuff out on our website. We did an email blast, got it out on social media, and then we also put signage out. We held a session on May 2nd, which was on site. We coupled that with the beach cleanup day. I know Commissioner Rapp was there with us, which was nice. And we had a great turnout, and there was a lot of feedback. We put some boards out, which we'll show you some pictures of in some future slides here. But it was nice to have discussions on site and actually look at the playground on site. And then on May 6th, we held another engagement session here in the community room where we put the same boards out, but we did our best to cover up all of the stickers and the votes that the public came up with at the first session so that it didn't influence people's decision if they attended the second session. And then we compiled all that data, which you'll see in a couple slides here. So this is just one picture from when we were at Tower, just of how we displayed the boards. And then just a little more participation from some people who attended. There's Greg working with a little boy. And then this is just a depiction of what we did here in the community room. And then here you'll see, this is the data that we had compiled. You'll see the various columns from the two engagement sessions, and then we obviously picked the higher numbers from what the community voted on in order to decide which play components we were going to include in both areas for 2 to 5 and 5 to 12. They had a decision between a sand table or a water table. Obviously, the water table got a lot more votes. But as you can see, this was very, very community driven. We gave them the options, and they really picked what they wanted at the park. Go ahead. You can talk.
Yeah, here's an example of the 5 to 12 freestanding play area. As you can see, this is just kind of a indication of how they would vote for the different amenities around there. This is the 2 to 5 play area. They kind of look similar. We intentionally had the same color palette with all three because we didn't want color to be the standout thing that they were voting for. So we intended for it to be the same color on each three. It was the features alone that they were voting on. And as you can see, the shade structure, the one with the greater shade structures at the bottom was definitely the more popular. And also during these community engagement sessions, it wasn't just stickers. We were also getting to interact with the public and hear their opinions on these things. So there's some stuff that you can't always quantify on paper, but we did hear that shade was a component that people wanted, and then access was something also that was mentioned.
And it was mentioned from the community and our recreation staff too, so it was a very widely decided factor that shade would be good in this area.
Yeah, here's an example of some inclusive play components. This is not something that we have voted on, but there's definitely something that we wanted to incorporate in the design as well. And then, so once we compiled our data and discussed that, we development of a layout and renderings. Then working with New Toys, there's a lot of back and forth on getting some of the details down onto paper. You'll see in a further slide some of the notes that we've put together back and forth between New Toys and ourselves, just trying to get some of the details right and stuff laid out from the data that was provided from the public. And then following that, again, it was just more staff review. Yeah, this is just an example of one of the many back and forth emails between staff and New Toys to kind of refine the design with the suggestions that were taken from staff, from the public, and then just making sure that it was refined.
Yeah. So when what's it? Oh, yeah, that'd be good. So as you can see, our total project budget was $450,000, and we did come in final proposed total at $449,954. So I think it's important to note that while we're $56 under budget. When the original proposal came in, we were a little bit above 450. We were about 26,000 over budget. So I think it's important to note that because we did go back and have New Toys Landscape Structures sharpen their pencil. And so without really adjusting a lot of the components that we had provided to them that the public had voted on. So Greg had a lot of those conversations, and I think he did a really nice job making sure that we got closer, if not just below our number. So it's important to note that this wasn't the original numbers here. We did a lot of work back and forth with them to make sure that we could meet our budget and still meet the needs of the community. So do you have anything you want to add about that?
Not really. We also didn't want to have just a financial thing driving it. We wanted to have the components out there, what the public wanted, and wherever the chips would land, they landed. It did land above budget, but through some creative ways of I guess sharpening their pencil as far as not having to remove excavated soil. That was one thing where they were able to determine, because it's sand, it's going to be more or less spread back around the area. So they were able to mitigate some of the haul away costs there. Some of the silk fencing that's not required from the village because it's just on a sandy beach. That was another thing they were able to remove that from the proposal as well. I mean, it's little bits here and there, but it added up to getting us to where we wanted to be. So yeah, here's a kind of a northeast view. The closer one is the older kids structure. It's the 5 to 12, and then with the shade kind of closer down to the end of the boardwalk is the 2 to 5. Again, another one of the 5 to 12 north view. And then this is a south view of the 2 to 5 area. Again, with those shade structures that that should help keep some of the equipment that's in the sun from getting too hot. Also to note, some of the design elements that we really wanted to incorporate is having the accessibility from the boardwalk in a kind of a circular motion so that anybody could access from this either play area down to the main boardwalk to get to the restrooms easily. And then all the components are on poured in place surfacing, whereas before, as Andrew said, about our calculations were about 35% of the current playground play area is currently accessible. But this would be 100% of the play elements would be accessible for anybody that needs it. And having those cross connections from both boardwalks just helps some of the efficiency of flow, we believe. And then also the swing set area, whereas currently the top swings are not over poured in place. Sand is not a suitable surfacing for impact testing. So, but this one would be. So then that brings us to the path to completion, brings us to you guys tonight to consider moving forward with this. And then, of course, there'd be an IGA discussion with the village because of the property line that goes right through the current playground and the future playground. The village permitting process is something that will happen once we have more complete plans. Design review has been turned in to the village for the 16th of July. And so all those documents have been put in. And as far as the special use permit process, that is something that was not known that at the time that we would necessarily have to go through that entire process. We have reached out and met with the village to see what that looks like as far as the potential of that being handled administratively. And a formal letter has also been sent to design, the community development as well. So there are some hurdles to make this happen in the fall. We're hopeful, but some things are not entirely in our control. But that's kind of where we're at.
We're working on that part.
Exactly.
Every day.
So I do,
Oh, yep,
I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah.
Currently, the Park District has an IGA with the village, basically saying, that the playground can be on village property as well as Park District. Why would you need another IGA?
It's whether or not it gets amended, and that's part of the special use permitting process that we're not sure if it can be handled through that process or not. Is there are certain things like height restrictions on play components that we are over. There's a threshold of 15 feet. There's also, I believe, I don't think it'll necessarily be an issue because of the current IGA, but setbacks from property lines. But I think the current one would definitely cover that. But I think the height one, the height issue, would be something that they'd have to consider whether it sends us through the whole process or if it can be handled administratively.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Rapp?
Following the pre-board, because I asked about Nick Corwin, it appears that Nick Corwin needed to go through DRB, and then it went through zoning for the height variation, and then it was decided at zoning because it was just the height variation. which to me sounded kind of the same. So I don't know if that's helpful or not, but
Yeah, we're hopeful that because with Nick Corwin, the size and scale of what it went from to what it is now, and with having that many neighbors, seeing such a taller structure out at Nick Corwin when that was proposed versus now, this is a little different because you don't have 16 neighbors all looking on something. The heights are relatively the same. Nick Corwin's, believe it or not, is over 22 feet. So it's pretty high too, but I think not having, because one of the standards when looking through the special use permitting standards is kind of how it could affect other outlying properties. And we have a power plant on one side, and then you have a neighbor that I really can't, from what I can tell looking from the playground, can't really even see the proposed area of where these elements would be that break that 15-foot threshold. So I'm hopeful that that would make it an easier sell than Nick Corwin with the eyes of that many neighbors. If that helps.
Commissioner Root?
Dare I even raise this, but should the tower pilot be a success, would you possibly also consider talking to the village about what could be done with the little one's playground? So that is all, what do I want to say, copacetic. I really appreciate the fact, and I said this in the pre-board, that you moved the bench so that anyone looking at the little ones is seeing if they're making a beeline to the water. So
Right.
that was a great ad. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah, we tried to incorporate some of the seating so that it provides a safety element as well.
Right, really appreciate it.
I think it's showing in the picture that they have too, yeah,
Yeah.
you can see.
All right.
Any other
Is
questions?
that all the questions that we have? All right. So I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the proposed playground design concept and authorization to proceed with Landscape Structures, Inc. as represented by New Toys for the playground replacement project.
So moved.
Second.
And we've had the discussion, I assume, fully discussed. Okay, Saba?
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Koto?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
yes.
President Gibson?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank
you,
you.
guys.
Thank you.
It's a long night for you guys to sit there and listen to
Thank you
that.
very much.
All right. All right, we are onto section 6.3 of our agenda, and it is the Village of Northfield TIF District discussion. We start out with Shannon on this.
Yes. So attached to the agenda is a fiscal impact analysis in regards to the TIF district proposed by the Village of Northfield. So a TIF is an acronym for Tax Incremental Funding. Financing, sorry, close enough, it's one of those F words. So with the TIF district that is being proposed by Northfield, a portion of that is also Winnetka Park District parcels. So doing a TIF district is basically you are freezing what's called the EAV, which is equalized assessed value of those parcels at the time that TIF district is implemented. And that EAV is frozen for the length of the TIF, which is usually the max of 23 years. And what happens with those with that funding that is over the frozen amount, it is then put in a bucket for that TIF district to utilize for those purposes of revitalization and whatever functions that are determined to revitalize that particular district or that area. And then after that 23 years is up, then the parcels that have had that EAV frozen for what we then collect in taxes will then be reinitiated at that current value. So we basically lose that tax base for that 23-year period, not the entire tax of that, but just the increases year over year throughout that time period. The way that it works for a park district versus any other governmental agency could differ on what's more important to different agencies when you're looking at that, whether it's worth it to do. One thing that is interesting to note on this particular location, so Northfield does do impact fees for new development. So there is that potential property or funding or whatever the case may be if there are residential units done in Northfield, so within the Park District. If something is changed to residential in the Park District area, Northfield has in their code an item that talks to both schools and to parks in regards to that coverage. So if there's, I think it says if there are 100 new residents, that equals 2.55 of an acre. So either we're to get, if they have 100 new residents, then we are entitled to 0.55 of an acre or the fair market value of. And when looking at the meeting that the village had on the 23rd in regards to this district, I think there are still a good number of unknowns on what a lot of the things are that the potential funding would be utilized for. So I think that's still an unknown, as well as we kind of have the low end and the high end potentially of what those impacts could be. And that's what I tried to capture as best as possible with the information that I had in that impact analysis of what that potentially could look like. I do know that the village is planning a joint review board meeting to discuss this further with the different taxing bodies that are impacted by this TIF district. And it's one of those things that I do think that there's more information needed in order to look at how this is actually going to impact the park district or residents of the park district.
When's the JRB?
Yeah.
Do you know when?
I
July
think it's the
15th.
15th of July.
You could be asked to vote at the JRB.
I understand that.
It's,
Now, let me clarify. No matter what the JRB does, the village has the authority to approve a TIF.
correct.
So if the JRB voted 1 to 10, the village still can approve the TIF.
I think it just
They
requires
need-
supermajority
That's
of the,
right.
yeah.
It's a 60% of the trustees vote.
The JRB date is the 14th, it's a Tuesday.
The 14th.
The ordinance said the 50th.
Goes back and forth, they said the 14th, I
Okay.
double check it to be on the website.
I heard the 13th in the meeting.
So I, like,
14th was what we originally put out.
the packet,
At the.
send this to Shannon, just pass it, I can part with it.
This is the ordinance?
But I feel like a phone call might be in
Yeah,
order,
yeah.
because there's so much confusion over the date.
Yes.
Well, regardless of the date itself, I mean, the date is the date. That's not a board decision on what the date is of the meeting.
No, I know. It's just
So,
making sure that.
so as far as, well, sure. And, you know, I wanted to make sure that we had this conversation, because I've talked briefly with the village manager over at Northfield prior to their meeting, about the JRB meeting, who normally attends these things, what that looks like, that sort of thing. And from my understanding, it's mostly staff, the leadership of the different agencies that attend those. And so as far as more than that, I don't have any more information as of yet. I've been in close contact with the executive director of the Northfield Park District, and we've had many conversations about what this means for us as park districts. And I believe he would be the representative for Northfield's Park District at this meeting as well.
Before we take action, we can take your question, and then I want to turn to Commissioner Cotto, because she attended the meeting and has a report to give. We'll take your question.
No, we can do that first.
So I went to the meeting. There were about 75 people there. About 15 people spoke. The overwhelming question was, can we have more time? And would you consider a referendum? The final vote was 5-1 to proceed. The timeline that emerged was 7/13, 7/14 is the Joint Review Committee. As Adam pointed out, doesn't matter how the Joint Review Board votes. It's a matter for the village to decide, and it is a 60% vote. August 25th is the public hearing. September 22nd is the date for approval. There are a couple pieces of information that I think drive the TIF that are motivations for the TIF, and there are a couple things that are important points to consider when you're, I don't want to say opposing, but really carefully considering a TIF. With the closing of Mariano's, there's a $300,000 annual loss in sales tax. There's also a property tax loss, not 100% of that accrues to the village, but that will be certainly appealed down to some number below $700,000 per year. But the concern is that a TIF is not needed to drive the development. There were articulated 3 separate projects that are currently in the works: a 92-unit multifamily just north of the Chase Bank building, a 12-unit luxury facility, and a 60-unit, which was less concrete, but also under discussion. And each of those developers apparently said that they did not require a TIF in order to go forward with their projects. Shannon's description, you do freeze that revenue. There's a timing difference in when you receive your TIF receipts. So the graph is, there's the frozen portion. TIF receipts trickle in as projects come online and taxes are assigned to those projects, and they go into the TIF fund, then the TIF expires, and then there's a massive increase in the best of all possible cases of the appreciated value that generates big tax revenues. And in theory, if all of your assumptions are correct, then you should be made whole. However, lots of things can go wrong. You can have a pandemic. You can have, all sorts of things can go wrong. This is so when you make assumptions, you have to make assumptions about what is the rate of improvement, what is the rate of investment, what is the risk appetite, where are we in the real estate cycle, where are we in the demographic cycle, and where are we in the student cycle. So a couple of the people who spoke said some of these assumptions that have been made here are worth noting. One assumption is for every 50 units of housing, only 5 school-age students will come along with those 50 units. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't understand the demographics of housing in Northfield well enough to know. And I'm adding these details because I think that they shed light on the assumptions that you have to make to understand, is it a good deal or a bad deal, and how do you go forward in our comments, and it affects us. Obviously, the schools are the most affected. School budgets are between 90 and 95% from property tax revenue. If those are frozen, they have a different experience. There is a per pupil recapture for them, but it's not a full recapture of the valuation of the properties. So several school people spoke against. Their position is known and public, and it is against. So I do think we send someone to the JRB. I do think it was informative to go to this and to hear what people had to say. They have a caucus also in Northfield. They had a lot of comments to make about it as well. And you can see from the timeline that the request for more time and the request for a referendum will be the lengthiest in terms of consideration, but the request for more time is not, it's a fast process. It's a very fast process. So I want to be fair and even-handed in how I describe
If I may add
this.
one thing, I know it's out of order, but I was at the 6 o'clock Avoca School Board meeting, which is why I wasn't here at 7, and they passed resolutions, and I voted 100% against TIF. Sunset Ridge School District also voted unanimously against the TIF, and so did New Trier. So I just want to add that's.
The names of the
It's also
schools,
one
yeah.
out of the schools, and there's a big opposition to that thing.
Yeah,
So
they're
I just wanted to add
certainly
that
affected.
just happened while you guys were reading.
Yeah, so that's, I hope I've sort of broadly identified it. I think we have an opportunity for information. July 15th, we have a public hearing, and we also have, numerous options to contact people before adoption. Did you want to add anything? Because you had.
No, I'm happy to add a few things. I think it's important to note, Edine has all circulated a copy of the Northfield map, and I think that what is kind of unique about this TIF project is that it's split, across 3 school districts and 2 park districts. So it is not equal gains depending on, which district you're in. It is not a uniform area by any stretch. So I think that merits.
They'll define the district based on where they can identify the greatest defined blight. So that is also a subjective set of assumptions.
Yes.
Well,
that's
that's
exactly
not entirely true.
That's exactly, blight is exactly what comes to mind when I'm looking for a lunch spot at 3 Tarts to park my car.
The word blight might be the most misunderstood word in the entire Illinois law.
Yeah. It's
Blight is a term of art in the law that requires that the village make certain findings of, has the EAV appreciated as much as surrounding property, or has it fallen over the last 3 years? Are the buildings more than 30 years old? Is there inadequate utilities? Is there inadequate planning? Is it poorly subdivided? There are specific criteria in the law, and if they meet 4 out of 9 or 3 out of 10 or something, cumulatively, they can call it blighted. Alternatively, they might call it a conservation area, where it's already developed and they want to invest in it to avoid it from becoming blighted. So regardless of whether it's a conservation area or a blighted area, they can still make it a TIF, but the test to qualify is different.
Right.
But blighted doesn't mean it's Cabrini Green.
They, what, no,
Kenilworth
yeah, what they
has a TIF.
identified, yeah, well, what they identified was the difference between EAV growth and CPI, and they identified the areas that have lagged EAV growth, that EAV growth has lagged CPI. So the appreciation in those areas is not keeping up with inflation.
Yeah.
You know, real estate is a very spotty transaction type of business. So when you're taking data points from trades in real estate, you don't necessarily get an even path, just as a real estate person. Carry on, sorry, I interrupted you.
I also just wanted to say thank you to Edie Nizal for sharing the zoning code about the dedication of school and parklands. I just wanted to note that in that code, there is a criteria that the new subdivision or planned development is more than 5 acres. And I just wanted to benchmark that for people so that I don't envision this ever applying. For reference, the Mariano site is 3.3 acres. The Riva development on Central with the plat consolidation in the memo was listed as 2.13 acres.
Mhm.
So I think it would be a shock to have a dedication as a result of that 5-acre criteria in this zone based on how it is already developed. I mean, you would need to consolidate and raise a lot of property.
It's much more common for impact fees to be paid as cash in lieu.
Okay, but it still has the 5-acre criteria in the zoning code.
That's why they pay us cash instead, so that we can invest the money in capital improvements to serve the residents at existing parks. Like, we could invest the money at the park, whatever parks we have in Northfield or nearby Northfield to improve those parks.
So
I
is
would not
there-
expect to get new open space.
So what he's saying is that they will offer you cash in lieu of space.
So if the fair market value of an acre of land in Northfield is $200,000, and they owe us 5 acres, and they can't find 5 acres to give us, they'll give us $1 million.
I know, but this is saying that a criteria for them to do anything, the way I read it, is that the new subdivision or planned development is more than 5 acres.
Oh, meaning that the
Meaning that the
Marianas doesn't
thing.
count into it.
Yes,
Got
that's
it.
how I read it, because it is the opening sentence
Ah.
after the section
Uh-huh.
heading.
Huh,
That's how I read it.
okay.
So it may say more. I only read the first page based on when we got it. My printer was unhappy.
I'm kind of
So-
scratching my head as to why they want to do a TIF when they already have a bunch of new development going on. It doesn't.
So, no, I know. So I mean, I think based on the financial analysis that Edie Nizal has already done, showing that it is, a pretty early negative for the Park District for 23 years,
Mhm.
even at the low estimate, that,
But keep in mind, the reason they're doing a TIF isn't because they're comparing 0 to 100. They're saying that if they do nothing, it'll be 0 to 10. So, they're saying if you don't allow them to do the TIF, then it'll be like that as opposed to this. And so it just, I want to make sure that the choice you're making is between 10 and 100, not 0 and
Yeah.
100.
Yeah.
Well, and the financial analysis didn't contemplate the impact fees, did it?
No.
No,
Yeah.
and also, to your point, Adam, oh shoot, what was I gonna say? The difference that they need to, the differential that they need is, has to be substantial enough so that a developer can enter into a project and make a return. It has to be substantial enough in size. It has to be substantial enough in differential of purchase price to eventual sales price. And it has to be, it has to be substantial enough in scale. And this is why it's struggling in Kenilworth, because they put in a 2-story limit, and consequently they can't get a scale that makes it work. So there are some additional criteria that could make it hard to achieve that result. But they're suffering a cash flow loss from the loss of Mariano's that I think is pressing to them.
No, that's not true, because in their estimations, what was gonna happen, we ended up being about $180,000 over what the projection was, even with the loss of Mariano's. So as it turned out, the initial tax revenue for Mariano's was about $500,000, and in this last time frame when they were closed, we ended up actually being a couple $100,000 over with our tax revenue that we received from our other tax sources.
Mhm.
So it actually didn't impact us the way we thought it would with the loss of Mariano's sales tax. It actually would have been $500,000 more, but we were 200 or so thousand over, 280,000 over
Yeah.
what that amount would have been.
Gotcha.
Plus, the Northfield Park District is gonna be meeting Monday to their board to make a decision on this. And the other thing is the TIF also, that TIF language can be extended 13 years after the 23.
Although-
So you could end up, it being, if you would decide if the board wants to extend it after the 23, they could
Okay.
extend it
All
another.
right.
The,
We-
but
we'll have to
the
collect
village
anyway,
cannot do that
yeah.
unilaterally. If they want to go past the 23 years, they need legislative approval.
Correct.
And as of today, legislators won't do it without unanimous consent of the other bodies who are affected by it.
Okay.
So-
Thank you.
I just had a couple other comments. Northfield did make zoning changes to be more development friendly, and that includes the area where the 92 unit development is going in. That area is not, it's very hard to separate out, but I feel like that area is not within, it's like up here.
Yeah.
It is not within the
Visually,
Winnetka
yeah.
area, with the Winnetka Park District area. So I guess,
It's north of the Chase Bank, just north
Yes,
of the Chase
yes,
Bank, on the same
yes.
west side of the road.
yeah, so we will not see benefit
No, from-
as
not
a
from
district from those, from that zoning code. I guess,
But in theory, you should, I mean, there was another set of arguments that in theory, those zoning ordinances, which were adopted either late summer or December, so they have not had time to work their way through the system.
And
Yeah,
result
people
in
don't-
more people
Yeah,
wanting to come in
you don't
with
flip a switch
ideas.
for
Okay.
zoning and then
Right.
all of a sudden the developers show up the
Right.
next day.
but they have been showing up. So I
They
gue-
have been, but it's 6 months later,
So
7
I
months
guess,
later, yeah.
like, I mean, I look at this as a fiduciary of the Winnetka Park District, and I see large negative annual numbers, which to me indicates that our direction should be to oppose this.
My calculation, just back of the envelope, is a little bit smaller, but it doesn't contain the assumptions about the increase in EAV that.
You experienced at the end of the 23 years.
Yeah.
And what I would
No,
also-
throughout that you miss, because you miss all those cash flows during the 23-year period.
Well, what I would also mention
Yeah, so
too
mine was a little-
is, what I would mention is that we don't know what yet the village is planning on the TIF funds to go to. If they're going to approve it one way or another, and not to say yay or nay or whichever, but TIF funds can be used for parks and green space and open space. We have in our CMP a focus area that's to look at planning area 2, which is west of the highway, which is in this potential TIF district. Not saying that any of the TIF funds would come back to any of the park districts for development of recreational space, green space, whatever we want to call it, in those areas, but it is a possibility to think of.
Yeah, it's an open issue.
Scott, you had a question?
Yeah, Adam, I wonder if you could re-explain your 0 to 10 versus 0 to 100. Is it that like the TIF is like an investment and this is going to be worth more in the long run?
So
Yeah.
in the financial analysis that is attached to the agenda,
Yeah.
it shows what the potential EAV is in a Goldilocks scenario after 23 years. And it shows a big number for how much money you're foregoing in taxes because of the TIF. And mathematically, that's correct. But the question is whether or not that would be realized if they didn't adopt a TIF. Their argument is that if you don't adopt a TIF, that growth in EAV will be a small fraction of that, which is why I said it might be, you might see it grow from 0 to 10 instead of 0 to 100.
Right.
And so if you vote no, you get growth, but only up to 10. Whereas if you say yes, you wait a little bit longer, but you get to collect the 100 23 years from now.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. So 25 years from now, if it's a barren wasteland, there's not going to be a tax base there at all. Right.
Right.
Like that's kind of the TIF argument. For it.
That's the list of assumptions. You have to assume positive growth, you have to assume a positive real estate environment, you have to assume a risk on, you have to assume availability of capital, you have to make.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand
Yeah,
the
No,
0 to
yeah.
10. But and then the other thing I don't understand about TIFs is, like TIF funds are, so they're freezing the value, they're collecting less tax on it, but then there's TIF funds, like where does cash come from?
So, right now, let's say that, for simple math,
Yeah.
say the EAV is $100.
Yep.
And the Park District's tax rate is 10 cents. So we would collect.
That we receive, yeah.
We would collect $1 on the $100 or something, right?
Yep.
If they adopted a TIF, we would continue to apply our rate to the $100. But if there's development, the real EAV might become $1,000. Our rate applied to the difference between 100 and 1,000 is siphoned off and put in the TIF bucket.
I see.
To be invested in redevelopment.
Got it. Right. Okay.
It's that timing, the receipt of the timing of those flows that also gets people who issue a TIF into trouble. Because it's very tempting to make an assumption about, well, we can issue a TIF anticipation bond because we're gonna get all this money, and then the money doesn't materialize.
I mean, I don't know whether the village is planning on
No,
fronting the money or not.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
how do people get into trouble
There's
with
a
TIFs?
lot built into a 23-year projection.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Commissioner Rea?
I just have a question for Counselor. Does your firm represent the village of Northfield that is
I have a
sponsoring-
partner who represents the village of Northfield.
Pardon?
Yes, a partner of mine is the village
A
attorney.
partner, so your firm represents Northfield?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I said that the last time.
I'm sorry?
I think I said that at the last meeting.
You did.
Did you? I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
you
I
did.
didn't pick up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Thank you
did.
for confirming that. I'm afraid, woulda, coulda, shoulda, maybe sometime in future land, we might have an opportunity for money. I personally think that this should be, that we should join with the school districts and say, first of all, there's no need for a TIF by the looks of the developers coming in to Northfield. That would be, I think we should take a stance that this is not to our constituents' benefits.
I would like all the possible information. I would like the information from the JRB, and I would like the information from the public hearing. When would our position be?
The park board won't have the park board won't get to provide a vote after the JRB meeting.
Okay, so then.
Except for just general political lobbying.
Right. So
But the
we-
JRB vote is when
Gotcha.
when we vote.
So we need, and that happens before our next.
Yep.
major
Yes.
meeting.
Yes, it
That's
does.
why it's on the
why we're
agenda.
talking about it. That's why we're here.
It's clear. So my point is,
If you want more information, the Sunshine School Board, the Avoca School Board, all those school boards had lawyers come in, independent lawyers, and do presentations.
Right.
So you can watch those presentations, and they're neutral, they're not pro, they're not against, they show the pros and cons of it. So that's a great place to really get information.
we appreciate your information, we just can't have that exchange.
No, I'm sorry, I'm just
All right.
trying to help
Thank
you
you.
understand, to make it easier,
Well,
best decision.
I think this, what we're struggling with right now, unless I'm so, like, tired that I'm not thinking straight, is that we maybe need to give direction on this, because Shannon will be going to a meeting on July 13th, 14th, or 15th.
Yes.
And she has to know what position she's gonna take.
Yes.
I mean, we could vote on it, you know, personally, I don't have an opinion. If the town wants to do this because they think it's gonna benefit everybody in the long run. You know. I mean, yeah, you look at those EAV values in there, and it's like, wow, that does seem optimistic. The
Commissioner
the-
Cotto,
the projected non-TIF, yeah.
Yeah, my question is, what do the impact fees, what difference does the impact fees make in your analysis, number one? Maybe that's a Malik question. And number two, for you and for Adam, what do you think the probability is that we do receive financial or monetary compensation in exchange?
I have not seen the draft redevelopment plan, so I don't know what the budget for the TIF is. When they adopt the TIF, they have to include in the redevelopment plan an estimated budget.
They
And the esti-
quoted an estimated budget of about $175 million,
So-
but it was very vague. I mean, it was like
I mean, yeah,
50.
it's a very high-level budget,
Yeah.
but there's usually 8 to 10 categories of
Yes.
expenses, and
Yeah.
one of the categories can be capital expenses
I might have-
incurred by local governments by reason of the implementation of the redevelopment plan.
Yeah, I might have.
But I don't know what that, it's sometimes a placeholder.
Yeah, we don't have any information on
Yeah.
what that actually looks
I
like.
just, this is the frustration that I'm feeling right now, is that, and this may be a TIF process to really not have anything totally nailed down, but, you know, how do we make a decision here as a board and instruct Shannon on how she should vote when there is a lot of very material information missing still? I mean, we just found out that they have impact fees, and I'm not even sure that the village knows that they have impact fees.
Again, go back to criteria C is more than 5 acres.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Like-
could I offer a suggestion?
Yes.
So if this JRB meeting asks for a vote, then I assume that folks would have the opportunity to either yay, nay, abstain. Correct, Adam?
Mhm.
So there could also be a caveat in what the board is looking at to say, within that discussion, if X, Y, Z comes up, then it's an oppose. If X, Y, Z, and A come up, then it's a, you know, hey, we're supportive. So that way, in that particular conversation,
You can
then,
make a decision.
But I
then
don't
it
even know
comes
what the
up.
XYZs are.
Well, I understand that, but if there are points that are super important for the board, then that can help lead that conversation, and until that point of that meeting on the 13th, 14th, 15th, then I can reach out to the village manager and try to have some conversations to get more detailed information.
I would say the points for me, the XYZ points would be, number one, what are the impact fees? Like, for us. And number two, what are the possibilities for a reasonable person? What is the history of awarding park space in these kinds of situations? What is the situation of awarding cash in lieu of space in these situations as a use of TIF funds? And what is the probability that it happens? What's the history of it, and what's the probability that it happens in this case?
Well, I think with impact fees, they're two separate things. It's not contingent on a TIF district.
Correct.
But, I mean, I looking at it does look like it's a 5 acres thing, so, but it could be that there's a development that they decide to
Yeah.
bunch of stuff together in the district, I don't know.
Well, we need to
I
have
don't
clarity
think-
on
I
that.
don't think
I mean,
that's
that's one of the
happening in
other.
our
The other, I mean, I don't know what all the types of development might occur in the TIF, and it's probably mixed use.
Yeah.
There is no impact fee from commercial development
Right.
at all. It's only from residential.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know what type of residential it's gonna be. If it's gonna be senior housing or
Multifamily.
multifamily. I've listened to 100 developers tell me that different types of housing have different impacts on parks and recreation, and they all have reasons for it. Take it with a grain of salt. You could say that you'll only support it if the village agrees to amend the impact fees to require for all residential development within the TIF, regardless of the size of the development, and throughout the 5-acre threshold, so that we know we're gonna get money for every new resident that moves in. You know, that's a small ask, because frankly, they're gonna pay for it from the TIF anyway.
Right. I like that solution.
You're saying it's a small ask because frankly, what?
I think that the developers' impact fees will end up being reimbursed one way or the other
From the TIF.
from the TIF.
Oh, okay.
I don't, impact fees aren't a use of TIF funds, but cash is fungible. So if they give us cash
Right,
for the impact
right,
fees, they'll
right.
find another reason to give them money.
So-
Environmental remediation, yeah, site plans.
I just have a couple other procedural questions. Are you able to prepare a resolution for us to oppose this? Or do we need to plagiarize another district that overlaps us?
You don't need.
Exactly.
You don't need a resolution. All you need is a vote.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay, I know.
like, your
The schools
decision-
have done resolutions. Avoca has done a resolution, a very formal, specific
Well, okay.
resolution.
So.
That is several pages, that covers, you know, we will support economic and redevelopment within, you know, the area, we'll support cooperative engagements, we'll oppose any reduction in district access to local property tax revenue. We'll
Yeah.
oppose the disproportionate placement of commercial property within a TIF district that would shift the district's tax burden onto residential property owners, which I think, looking at this map and knowing that the area where the big apartment buildings are going with the zoning changes is not our area.
Yep.
So I oppose the establishment of the TIF in its current form and urge the Village of Northfield to evaluate alternative economic development strategies that do not adversely impact us. Request the village provide through the JRB process additional transparency, factual support, financial analysis. I mean, I look at this, advocate for state legislation, with the foregoing that would strengthen the Joint Review Board's advisory role, and then advocate with local units of government, the JRB, and other affected taxing districts in the broader community consistent with the foregoing. I mean, I feel like this makes a very clear roadmap of, in my view, what we as another taxing body who is losing money, as indicated by the impact analysis, imperfect though it may be, whether it's minus 160,000, minus 295,000, minus 566,000. I feel that as a fiduciary to the Winnetka
Right.
Park District and our resident taxpayers, that we should be opposing this.
Right, no, we can have we can, I understand that they've done an ordinance, I didn't know that until you said that, I'm not acting like I knew that. But I think that we can adopt a resolution to direct Shannon. We can also direct Adam to prepare a resolution if you don't, is there a, can you Chinese wall yourself? or-
Look, I mean, the resolution is just a letter to the village expressing why they're saying no. They still have to vote at the JRB meeting.
Right,
And I have already explained to you what the value of that vote is.
right.
So the
value
school
of the
district's,
vote as well.
I mean, the school district's resolution, based on what Commissioner Rapp said, talks about asking for statutory amendments to the TIF Act. That's a little bit beyond voting on this TIF
Right.
district. So take it for what the message really is. It sounds to me like it's more political about whether they believe TIF is a good economic development tool or not. So it goes beyond the analysis of this TIF in this location, from what I heard the message for. So all you need to do is give direction to staff on how to vote at the JRB.
All
Or
right.
what conditions you would apply to saying yes.
Can I ask one question of Cynthia?
Yes.
Are you saying that the, like, the likely area of improvements is not in our zone? Is that the gist of what
Yes,
you're
there's
saying?
a smaller development proposed here, then the big one is proposed here.
Yeah, so like. the
Mariano's
ADA
is
there
like
gonna
over
go
here.
up, But it's not, we're not gonna get.
Well, those are already proposed. Those aren't additional ones
But
that could be coming.
But the special zoning district that had the relief where the big apartment development is going is not in our area at all. It's like up here.
So we would get no benefit.
We
from
would
it.
get no benefit from that, the zoning changes that have already been put in
Council
place
asked
that we're
me
waiting to work.
answer this question. Central Avenue, one side is one side is Sunset Ridge, and the east side of it is Avoca. You go down Hap Road, the entire Hap Road area is Winnetka Park District. If you look at east on Willow Road, that section where the businesses are there, the 1600 block, that's in Winnetka Park District, and that's also being included in the TIF. So yes, there are plenty of sections that are still in the Winnetka Park District area.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
But what the question was is, apparently there were some significant zoning changes to set the table for further development.
200 changes, 200 possible types of use can be now used on Willow Road, on Central, in that whole north area. And there's also been changes.
So is, right, so is the area that's most predominantly affected by those revisions in the Winnetka Park District or in the Northfield Park District?
It's happening.
it's a mix.
Okay.
That's the thing. I mean, if you look at all of Hap Road, that's Winnetka Park District. You look at Willow Road, east of the Expressway, and that's an area that's gonna be part of the TIF, that is as well. And I'm guessing that if you look at where Central Avenue, you'd have to look at your border, but on the east side of that, if that's Avoca, then I would guess that'd be Winnetka Park District. So you got that parcel there, you have to double check, but there's plenty of area in this proposed TIF area that is part of Winnetka Park District.
But I,
In the TIF area, but not in the,
In the TIF area,
not
yes.
in the zoning code changes that are like central, like north central in that.
right, because I think what you're saying is that if some of the big planned developments, the ones we know about, they're not in our area.
It's
So we're not
here.
gonna get the impact fees.
The 92 unit
Right,
building.
we won't get those
Not
impact
us.
fees.
And
Yeah.
and that's only 2.13 acres, so I think no one's gonna get impact fees, but.
Right. Well, we have to get an interpretation on that provision that you've read.
No,
mean,
I don't think, I think that's a fair reading. I pulled up their village code. And it says that if a new subdivision creates a need that is uniquely attributable to that subdivision, and the subdivision is wholly or partly residential, and is more than 5 acres, then they will ask for it.
Okay, but
What's the
Yeah.
size of our park district land inside the TIF?
I don't know.
That's the question, because if it's 5 acres, then we need someone to develop the whole thing. If it's less than 5 acres, we're never gonna qualify anyway.
So I feel like the Mariano's site is 3.3 acres. So we definitely have more than, that's in that, but if you
Yeah. Yeah,
look,
if
like,
you
this is the
eyeball,
Mariano's
yeah.
site
Yeah.
here. So
Mhm.
that's 3.3.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's acres and acres.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, so there's a possibility that someone could come in and do something big in the future, either driven by the TIF or driven by the zoning changes.
But the zoning
5 acre
changes
site
happened
is
here.
huge. And where in Northfield could you do a 5 acre development?
I think nowhere.
This
That's
is-
what I
this-
think.
This is why I suggested that you make a condition of your vote whether the village will waive the 5 acre minimum.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's try this.
I also think that it might be worth it to look at from the TIF district in itself is in their funding of things to put aside funds for parks green space, open space.
But you think that that's gonna come up in the JRB meeting?
It could be a condition that you make.
Okay. So,
Not to extend this out, but, okay, so like the TIF is to reward the people that
Taking the
take on the parcels to develop them, right? And we have parcels, so if we require them to give us a chunk of it, then
yeah,
that's.
we don't have the right to require it,
know.
right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's all symbolic,
This is a
right?
no.
It's all
All right, so I'm gonna give a go at a motion. May I have a motion to authorize Edie Nazal to attend the JRB meeting in mid-July? And for the purposes of voting in favor of the TIF, we would, there would have to be the establishment of funds for Parks and Green Space for the Winnetka Park District. The village will have to waive its 5-acre minimum for the
And?
purposes of impact fees, comma. And Edie Nazal will have had to have established that the village is considering paying cash in lieu on the impact fees. Is that
I
It's
think
just,
those,
just,
and if those conditions can't be met, then our vote is a no.
okay, great. So the meeting is on the 15th. The Village of Northfield would require a full board, council decision to agree to any of those things, which is not happening before the 15th.
No, I understand that. Well, they could do a special meeting if other people sort of.
The other people have said a hard no.
They're no. They're just no.
Except Northfield, which is having their meeting on the 29th. Maybe you've talked to the
No,
North.
got moved up a week. So the next board meeting is July 23rd, not the 20th. I moved it up because there's some conflicts with board members being out of town. So
They've moved it back, it says, according to their website, Northfield, the 29th rescheduled from 6/22.
So
Okay.
the committee of the whole, the board meeting for July is July 21st.
All right.
Oh, for the Northfield trustees.
For the trustees.
right,
And then
okay.
the other meeting, I thought, I had it in my calendar, so it was the 14th, but I'm in here as 14th, 15th. 'Cause usually they would try to do it on a Tuesday, which most of the meetings are on
We
Tuesdays.
cannot have
So,
this exchange.
but I just checked with somebody, and they're trying to double check, but no one can deny or confirm.
All right.
It's
Take
one of those
charge.
2
Thank
days.
you. Thank you. So, all right.
So
Maybe we haven't
so-
finished
so-
discussing this. I hope you wrote down what I just said, though, because I don't think I can pull that off again.
I-
However, what
I-
I'm hearing is we have 2 commissioners that are proposing that we just say no outright. What I'm hearing from Shannon is, let's not pull the trigger too quickly in case they may give us some open space or a park. So how do we resolve that?
Take votes.
It's a conditional yes or it's a no.
I know, but there's no path to make the conditions satisfied.
Then it becomes a no.
Then it
It's
becomes a no.
non-issue.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the TIF money, the answer to my question earlier, where's the cash come from? The answer is us.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
Yeah, it's a shift.
and we're not in the business of investing in Northfield businesses. That's not our goal, right? It's not our mission.
That's why I'm saying as a fiduciary.
So we should vote yes.
Just
kidding.
As a fiduciary.
So I think the
Sorry, it's terrible.
conditional that turns into a no, the conditional is a message. The conditional is a conversation. It lets them know what is important to us. It might also give direction to the Northfield Park District. But then if they can't achieve either one of those objectives, which it seems is a low probability, then it's a no.
So I'm
And
gonna
I
make a
can
motion
relay
to
any of that information to
propose-
the village
I'm-
ahead of time.
You said you can't?
I can.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to make a motion that we add this as a second agenda item to our special meeting.
And I'm gonna second that.
I'm gonna call it a
It's a
question.
30-minute
Just say we
meeting.
vote. Vote on the condition.
Yeah. Let's just vote.
Second.
All right. Saba?
Commissioner Rabb?
What's the question?
Can you read the motion again?
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. So call the question.
The motion was,
Prevails over
Yes.
our motion.
Our motion?
Yes.
the motion is to authorize Director Nizal to attend the JRB meeting and to vote in favor of the TIF, subject to the condition that the village include in the TIF budget money for Park District capital, and they waive the 5-acre minimum for impact fees, and those impact fees are paid as cash in lieu.
Or our vote is no.
Sorry?
Or the vote is
our
no.
vote
Or our vote is no, right.
All right.
Okay. Commissioner Rabb?
No.
Commissioner Root?
No.
Commissioner Corley?
Oh, God. I mean, yeah, sure, yes.
Commissioner Kroto?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
President Gibson?
Yes.
The motion passes. I'll reach out to manager tomorrow.
Brennan.
Yep.
All right, now we're moving on to section 6.4 of the agenda, ordinance 2026-003, conduct ordinance update, section 2.03.
Motion to table. It is now 10 minutes 11, and we have an executive session. Motion to table this until our special board meeting.
Okay, first of all, I think if I recall correctly, we changed the language so it's postponed when you're giving it.
Fine, motion to
Okay, sorry.
postpone,
Yeah, I'm just-
whatever you want to
I don't
call
really
it,
want to
is
rewrite your
10
thing.
minutes to 11, and we have a executive session.
Okay.
And
Is
I think
anyone-
there will be discussion on this.
Is anyone seconding?
Second.
Can I just take a show of hands? How many people need to discuss this?
It doesn't have tower on it.
It does.
We're gonna have to make amendments to the proposed amendment
Right,
anyway.
that's how much, let's do it.
Okay. Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes?
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rabb?
Yes.
Commissioner Koto?
Yes.
President Gibson?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, so make sure that's on the agenda for the special meeting, so it's noticed up for both.
Thank you.
All right, we are now moving on to section 6.5 of the agenda, the Exceltech Managed IT Services Agreement options. Shannon, this is you.
Yes. Forgot I had this on there. Okay, so with Excaltech Services Agreement, so what happened is with our current agreement, we had an automatic renewal that was built into the agreement that was signed prior to my coming to the Park District. So we are already in that 3-year automatic renewal on the past agreement. So in working with Excaltech over the last year, I know that I have seen some service improvements, but it is one of those things where I don't have enough data to make sure that that I'm completely comfortable with just, here you go, right? So I spoke with them in regards to what options do we have? Was there an option that we could do a 1-year agreement, or was there something that we could do with an updated 3-year agreement that looked at any potential outs if we had service issues during that time frame? So I have both options in front of the board. The biggest differences are the 1 year is more expensive. The 3-year has language in there that is specific to service level requirements that would account for any potential issues that could look to terminate that agreement. Also, in that agreement, we've added a clause on no automatic renewals, so we don't get caught in that. Again, what I would say from their side of things is the reason for the cost differences between the 1 year and the 3 year is that when they purchase licenses, when they purchase their services, that a 1 year is more money than buying it for 3 years, like say Microsoft or whatever it is. So those are the biggest differences in those two agreements. I would note that the 3-year that is proposed is actually a lower monthly annual cost than we are currently paying, and it has additional services in relation to cybersecurity and the things that we've worked on most recently. So it is a little bit less than what we are currently paying for the 3-year. The 1-year option is more than what we are currently paying and would require a budget adjustment to pay those additional fees. So I leave that for the board to consider, and happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my comment from the pre-board meeting was that since we're soon going to be hiring a new person to deal with all things technical, that you know, there's a likelihood that they would want to switch or have the option to change providers. And if we, you know, instead of disrupting things now, just roll with it for a year, assuming that that person would be here within that contract, before the end of that 1-year contract.
What I would caution is when somebody first starts a position, they're likely, it would not be my recommendation for them to just outright and say, nope, change now, when they don't know the agency or know the contractor. And we don't have anybody hired in that position as of yet. So I don't know from that perspective of what that new person would be thinking. I do know from the perspective of our staff who are currently working in this role, and as I mentioned, the service has gotten better over the last 6 or so months.
Right.
And it seems that Excaltech is fairly committed to that. I haven't seen anything in the contrary to that. Not saying 1 year or 3 years is any different. We could go through a 1 year and say, hey, let's do another 1 year, but just know that that's going to cost more.
Well, if that person's not guaranteed to show up early in that 1-year period, then doing the 3-year makes sense, because a 2-year would cost us 60% more. So we got the 30% dump anyway. Like if he takes us out after the 2 years, it's you know, same diff. So yeah, if the guy's not, or the person, sorry, is coming, you know, tomorrow, then I'd say do the 1 year. But if it's unclear, it could be 2 years, then 3 years makes sense.
We have no offer of employment at this point.
Yeah. Okay.
How many qualified deficiency notices have we experienced in any period of time you want to define, like in the.
So this is a new ask that we added to this particular contract. So I couldn't give you an exact number of that because we haven't tracked it in that form. I would say that when I first started, it was quite often. They had different management that are no longer with Excaltech. They brought people back, they changed leadership, they had a lot of changes. And, oh gosh, I don't even remember when that was, that I met with their representatives here. It might have been like Christmas time, something like that, I can't remember. But like I said, it's,
What is a qualified deficiency?
Do you have a couple examples?
an example would be that we ask them to order some equipment that we need and we don't get it, or we get the wrong thing, or we are on hold for a printer not working for 2 hours, which was an actual experience when I first started. So that was.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the closures when they are unavailable on holidays, because that's when that's when the fraud event occurred in my Park District email.
So I can't guarantee that any other vendor is going to be open 365 days a year.
I mean, it's a qualified deficiency.
I don't know that we could call a holiday closure a deficiency.
No, I'm asking. I don't know.
All right. Any other questions? Commissioner Grant?
So I just have a couple comments. It appears that one of our neighboring districts went through a similar exercise, a couple years ago with Excaltech, and they put their needs out for proposal, and they ended up with a different vendor.
That was the plan, but we ran into that automatic renewal.
Okay.
And that was my fault. That was my fault.
So do we need to decide this now because
We're already in an agreement for 3 years. This is our opportunity to update that agreement to a 1 year, which they've agreed to do.
Okay.
Or the other 3 year that has the qualifying deficiencies items. Otherwise, we're currently in our renewed agreement that has less services and not those clarifications. So I would recommend that a decision is made.
Okay. The only other question I have is that in 2024, we paid $111,000 to Excaltech. In 2023, we paid $117,000. So are there other sources of overage in the amount that we pay them that is not covered in this contract? Because the contract that you're proposing, including the Microsoft license fee, is $97,800. So I'm just trying to figure out what those other.
I would have to go back and look at vouchers to see what those were. I couldn't give you an answer right now.
And
is it an equipment pass-through?
Possibly.
And then, is there any advantage to us purchasing the Microsoft licenses ourselves? Because we will always have them rather than procuring them through Excaltech.
I wouldn't be able to give you an answer on that without having an IT coordinator on staff.
Okay.
Because that would be something else that then that individual would have to manage, which is not currently in their in that job specification.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. May I have a motion to authorize the revised 3-year agreement structure inclusive of the negotiated contractual protections, including the elimination of automatic renewal provisions and the annual termination rights tied to cumulative qualified deficiency notices?
So moved.
Second.
We've already had the discussion. Saba, can you do the roll call vote?
Commissioner Rapp?
And this is for the 3-year?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Commissioner Koto,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
President Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. All right, we're going to move on to section 7 of the agenda, Executive Director's Report.
I think I've talked plenty this meeting. So you have the weekly status reports, legal expenses, and the golf report. Any questions for me?
Commissioner Rabb?
I had one in the summary, the weekly summary. I didn't feel that the issue with the fence at the Cherry Street extension next to Little Duke was captured exactly in line with what the concern was. The concern is that people are driving into the Cherry Street extension lot and dropping off their kids, and then their kids need to go back and run around past the driveway to go in because there is not an access point through that fence to Little Duke for sports practices.
Those are the farmer's market comments.
Oh.
The farmer's
Yeah.
market comment.
I
So-
try to summarize
I-
them as best as I can read them.
So have we had discussions at all with Nutrier about that ever? Is it,
We are, right?
okay.
Part of the engagement through the comprehensive master plan is site circulation, and that was one of the things that we're hoping to tease out of stakeholder engagement, because Nutrier is invited to that, and that's one of the commitments.
Okay.
As it relates to specifically, we had asked initially when they were building their site to have some kind of connectivity between the two, and they kind of drew a line saying that we want our site fenced off. But there is a gate that is a vehicle access gate to the west of that gate location. So if you were to drive to the end of the parking lot, there's a gate there to prevent people to drive to their actual new facility, the maintenance facility, locker rooms, and so forth. To the right of that, there's a galvanized steel gate, which is double entry gate, so vehicles could pass through. So a kid could duck under that to get through, but it's not a complete fence. There's not an opening gate as you're suggesting there should be, or the comment might have been suggested there should be.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would be a nice thing to try and have a solution for in the, for the fall playing season if we can, so. But I just wanted to make sure that it was clear what the issue is.
If we do wind up putting a fence in, or in this case, a gate, and Nutrier agrees to that, we'd have to figure out who would be paying for that, and then also I would suggest that the maintenance path for that, because that site with cleats and everything will turn to mud almost instantaneously, is does that get paved with a short section of sidewalk to then alleviate some of those concerns? So there's gonna be inherent costs that come along with that, so we could have a conversation and bring information back if we're directed to, but that's where things are.
We're all concerned about.
Will this unfold in, when is the stakeholder meeting for Nutrier?
It won't unfold in the actual physical meeting itself, that we won't come to a solution, but
No,
for the
but-
engagement overall in the
Yeah.
master plan, it could be suggested, and then it could be one of the, low-hanging fruits that gets implemented quickly out of the completion of the master plan,
And
or
you're
in the process
hoping
of.
for fall drop-off, right?
So.
That's your hope.
Yes, I felt like,
Sooner
I
rather than
felt
later,
like a compelling safety, like clearly having kids, I mean, you could see that it's a problem, but then having a complaint or concern raised, heightened the urgency, because you can, like, having kids run around where the active driveway part is not good, so.
Well, I'm sure we can reach out to the school district and see what their thoughts are on that
Yeah, I think.
in the immediate.
Yeah, originally, they had that, gate and said no one can use our parking lot. So we've had
Yes.
progress with them opening up the parking lot. But now, it's still not, Little Duke is still not, accessible really from that lot. So I just wanted to make sure that the concern was understood correctly. Even though it remains 6:08.
God. All right, we
Psychologically,
are
that's
moving on to commissioner reports. Please limit commissioner comments to 3 minutes. Time may not be ceded, transferred, or shared with another commissioner. Do we have any commissioner reports? Cynthia?
Do you want
Go ahead first.
I'm shortening mine, but I just wanted to note that at the May, because last time I had talked about something else, at the May D36 board meeting, the board had indicated a desire to share a presentation in groups of 2 in the fall, their State of the Schools presentation, which they're intending, it sounds like from the meeting, I haven't talked to anyone specific, to do like a roadshow to community groups, of which we are one. So I just wanted to put that out there for consideration for a September or October agenda. I don't know if the IGA revisions will be timely with that, but it would be nice if, if we were in a position to be able to approve our IGA, it would be nice for that to be, coinciding with the State of our Schools presentation at a meeting, so.
Okay.
And then I will hand this around, and then I'll let you do the Nutria update since you have written summary, but this is a picture of the Northfield project that is under construction now. $10 million donation to support it, lots of new turf, so I just wanted to pass that. It'll probably be an economic development driver for that area, bringing more athletic events.
Yes, yes.
But I thought that visual was really
Yeah,
striking.
powerful. I hadn't seen it.
Yeah.
It's powerful.
I had to hunt. I knew I had seen it, but I had to hunt hard to remember where it was before the meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Cavanaugh?
I went to my first EFSC meeting. They were surprised that they had a liaison, and I noted that they had a liaison, but maybe they hadn't met the liaison. They talked about removing buckthorn. There's a student, a rising senior, there are seniors on this committee. This is a student about removing buckthorn, and they were asking for financial incentives from the village of Winnetka to remove buckthorn, just like they have in Glencoe. So subsequent to this meeting, there is a village application that you submit, and then the village will collect properly bundled buckthorn, because obviously it needs to stay separate. Climate action plan for Winnetka is in the final stages of committee commentary, awaiting input from trustee Handler. The next step will be circulating with all community stakeholders, including ourselves. And then the solar, the item on the agenda, September 19th, 2026, from 1 to 3 is the solar power hour at the library. That's a Citizens Utility Board presentation with regard to solar and a $3,000 incentive. This committee is part of an 11 community consortium to standardize gas leaf blower ordinances, and is considering extending the ban through April with the assumption that most of the debris is cleared in October. And we had a discussion, and I said to them, I'm not quite sure that that's the case. And then they did ask, and I put this in here, they did ask about water quality, so I have to email them the link. Then I also attended the Nutria school board meeting. I watched, I did not attend. There's some metrics about end of year performance and end of year achievements. And then I thought it was interesting, Chris Johnson, who's the deputy superintendent and the budget officer, articulated how they settled a 190 member union contract with Nutria Educational and Support Professionals. So a 4.5% salary increase for year 1 for everyone, year 2, 4% plus 1.5 additional increase for selected members of the union. And he articulated those components of that 190 member group. And then a collared cap for years, 4.25% for year 3, and a collared CPI for year 5 and year 6. So citing highly competitive labor market and inflation rate. Their strategic plan, their annual plan is coming in July. And again, this is Chris Johnson, who did a very clear presentation. I'm planning on going to that one just because I think it's going to be interesting. It's a very professional board. They're very efficient in their comments, and so it was interesting to watch. I think these liaison assignments are important to establish relationships, especially for this agency with other agencies. And I think we can learn something, and I think each of these other agencies can offer us examples. So I think liaison assignments are important.
All right. Any other commissioner comments? No.
Very briefly, I did send out around to each person's spot a quick summary of the village meeting on June 16th on the Green Bay Trail. And the thing that stood out to me is that, we had residents in the late 1930s and early 40s that had so much foresight to lower the railway lines, and we benefit from safety and time as a result of that decision. The thing that I thought was interesting is we now have some pretty steep bluffs and retaining walls that are going to need some remediation, and the village is looking at that. And this is actually a concern that Winnetka has, which of course Glencoe and Kenilworth don't have because they didn't lower their lines. So this is unique to Winnetka, and they're just starting to sort of look at the costs of possible drainage changes, bluff restoration, and retaining wall remediation.
The one benefit of recessing the train tracks is that you only have to have one fire department and one police department.
That's another one, yeah.
Because they never encounter a bridge.
Yeah, that's another one. I've heard that before. I forgot that. They didn't mention that here, but of course, that makes sense. All right, at this time, it's section 9 of the agenda, closed session. May I have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statute 120-2, subsection C, subsection 11, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent.
So moved.
Second.
That's a roll call vote, Saba.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Koto? Commissioner Koto?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Rabb?
Yes.
President Gibson?
Yes.
Motion passed.
need a driver, which I don't have, so.
We are actually out of town for a family gathering.
Okay.
What is that? It used to be like.
I have one kid, is Ian already driving you?
No.
Maybe I'll
You can ask
him.
Ian.
It's not
Yeah.
important. That's fine. Okay, wait, we have to adjourn the meeting, wait.
We already did.
Oh, we did.
They did, yeah.
We're done with everything?
Yep, we're done.